our board members present, excellencies present, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, online audience, good morning. On behalf of the Mashariki Research and Policy Center, it's an honor to make some introductory remarks as we launch the Mashariki Security Journal. I take this early opportunity to register our appreciation for honoring our invitation to this timely and relevant event. As an emerging think tank in the Eastern African region with a focus on security studies broadly, the idea of setting up the Mashariki Security Journal was mooted early on in the year 2024 as a platform to provide scholarly and policy discussions in a region facing several security dynamics. So the journal that we launched today is envisaged to be a scholarly platform that promotes analysis of regional issues, but also in the end provides policy recommendations that are relevant from a problem-solving perspective. I would like to briefly introduce the Mashariki team that made this event possible. Our team is led by our CEO, retired Brigadier Dr. Robert Kabage. He's seated at the corner there, at the center there. Other colleagues from MRPC in the room include Mr. Samuel Kwinga. I think he's moving somewhere in the room as well. He's the head of Human Resource and Administration. I believe you interacted with Ms. Grace Musolo. You could raise your hand. She's our executive assistant. Ms. Felista Scandia, at the back there, she's research fellow for trade and development. Ms. Hannah Mukami, she's also somewhere. She's our research intern. Ms. Nancy Okoth is also somewhere in the audience. And also Mr. James Maranga, who is our center's driver. I would now like to invite the CEO to make his introductory remarks as well. Thank you.
Our chief guest this morning, IG retired Joseph Boynet, representing Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Joseph Nalengo from the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Ada Orlando from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Ruth Kagia, our board member, senior government officials are present, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of the intergovernmental agencies, distinguished invited guests, journal contributors, esteemed researchers and academia, and friends of Mashariki Research and Policy Center present, and our friends following us virtually, good morning from Nairobi. Good morning once again. Yeah, it's a bright day today. It's a great day for Mashariki, and so we have every reason to be proud of this day. My name is Brigadier retired Dr. Kabage. I am the CEO of Mashariki Research and Policy Center. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the launch of Mashariki Security Journal. It's a flagship publication of Mashariki Research and Policy Center. Allow me to start my remarks by sincerely thanking each one of you for honoring our invitation and for taking time off your busy schedules to join us during this great day for the MRPC family. Why is the day important? It is important because besides launching our inaugural journal, we are also celebrating our first anniversary It's our first birthday as an institution. We are also launching our revamped website. Why are we revamping our website? I will explain that shortly. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me take a moment to introduce Mashariki Research and Policy Center by sharing a short history of our journey. MRPC was founded last year in February in response to market needs around the fields of security and strategic studies. The center's establishment was informed by a scientific process, largely centered on stakeholders' consultation and benchmarking with existing think tanks. At the end of that process, the center took a regional focus and hence its name Mashariki, denoting the Eastern Africa region in Kiswahili. MRPC is a non-profit, interdisciplinary and independent think tank that is currently headquartered here in Nairobi, but we are aspiring to move to other cities and countries. We conduct evidence-based research and analysis to inform policy formulation and decision-making processes to states, non-state actors, intergovernmental agencies, and the private sector. Our work is anchored by 5 to include security and peace building, geopolitics and world order, trade and development, climate change and environment, and finally technology and governance. Among the center's research output so far, we have a number of working papers, we have a number of policy briefs, we have a number of policy papers, media articles, and topical commentaries. Now to the next question. Why revamp the website? After operating for the past 1 year, and as a professional organization, we have taken time to evaluate our work. We have taken time to evaluate our reach. We have also taken time to evaluate our impact, considering the peace and security complexities prevailing in our region. The evaluation comprised a 3-step process. We did extensive research literature review. We also mapped think tanks who are like-minded to Mashariki, and we also conducted extensive expert interviews. We found out that there is need for the center to adopt a robust and forward-looking posture so as to remain relevant in the Eastern Africa region in line with our motto, which is towards a secure and prosperous region. The results of the process have necessitated a realignment of our research focus areas, which we are in the process of implementing. Moving forward, the center shall adopt a security foresight-oriented approach to inform policy and action through tailored evidence-based analysis. This will enable us to provide our clients with insights derived from forecasting, threat analysis, simulations, and scenario development to anticipate future threats that will support their decision-making process. We also intend to diversify our clients to include government, the private sector, and even private investors seeking risk assessment and other entities keen to understand attendant geopolitical shifts influencing regional security. This has necessitated the launching of a revamped website to enable us engage our clients more effectively. Now to the Mashariki Journal. This is our inaugural journal, It is themed on peace and security in the Eastern Africa region, issues, challenges, and prospects. It responds to filling a gap for security and policy discourses in the region. The initial process of developing the journal was muted early last year, as was indicated by Dr. Mwangi, as we were engaging stakeholders on some of the products that they would find useful for a newly founded think tank like MRPC then. They advised us to remain guided by research excellence and to always promote innovativeness in our research endeavors. The journal is therefore founded on the premise of excellence and continuous improvement as advocated by the Kaizen philosophy. It discusses threats to contemporary peace and security in the region, to include state fragility, transnational threats, elections management, political economy, and identity challenges. It is envisaged to be a critical voice in scholarship that will directly contribute to shaping regional security dynamics from a problem-solving perspective. The targeted leaders are policymakers in the continent, assorted researchers, and lovers of security-related knowledge. It will encourage scholars to pay attention to regional security complexities and also to prepare for threats arising from inside and outside the continent. It will also serve policymakers in weighing their options as they make decisions. To quote our distinguished professor and a member of the editorial board, Professor Macharia Munene, and I quote, he says, Mashariki Security Journal is a needed publication, end of quote. So I urge you to get a copy of this journal at the end of the day. At this juncture, I wish to sincerely thank all those who have contributed to the successful publication of this journal, from the authors of the various articles, to the reviewers that we engaged, and the editorial team. To you all from Mashariki family, we say asanteni sana. Allow me to assure authors whose papers could not find space in this first issue of the journal to bear with us. We received a record 35 papers from our partner and friends, as far as from India. I hope DVLI is watching us live. From Nigeria, I hope Dr. Ijuge is also watching us live. From Turkey, I hope Dr. Minko is also watching us. From Ethiopia, from Somalia, and other areas. And so, we only had to take 8 papers. We are, however, working on them, and they will appear in the next issue of Mashariki Security Journal that will be out before the end of the year. We envisage that Mashariki Security Journal will be published biannually. As I conclude, the milestones that we have accomplished so far signals to the growing MRPC blood and its vision to be the premier go-to think tank in security foresight in the Eastern Africa region. This has been made possible partly by the immense support that we have received from you, our partners. The center will continue to count on your support in future, given our commonality of purpose, keen on securing the Eastern Africa region. We are also keen on forging new partnerships. Once again, thank you so much for honoring us with your time. Thank you for honoring our invitation, and we wish you very fruitful deliberations. Before I invite our chief guest to make his remarks, I will invite Dr. Ruth Kagia, one of our board members, to make her remarks, followed by Mr. Orlando from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in that order. If the gentleman from Interior is here, please let us know. Dr. Kagia, please welcome.
Thank you very much, Brigadier. Good morning to all of you. Our chief guest, my friend, retired IG, representing Ambassador Juma, welcome. This is a landmark meeting in more ways than one, and I'm honored and pleased to be with you here. On behalf of the Mashariki Research Center Board, I feel that there comes a time when you reach a turning point, and what you do with that turning point defines the trajectory, in this case, of this institution. We are relatively a new board, constituted less than a year ago, and we seek to provide strategic direction to the center, who should transform it into the go-to institution for credible and practical analysis on peace and security in the Eastern Africa region and beyond. Mashariki Policy Center is the right institution at the right time. The geopolitical landscape is shifting at a dizzying speed. This has direct implications for peace and security in our region. Even if Mashariki had not been set up a year ago, it would have been necessary to set up Mashariki because the need is real. Let's pause and look back at what has happened in the last 1 month. On February 3rd, President Trump froze USAID funding. USAID is the world's largest donor, has the largest donor-funded budget. Last year, they implemented a budget of $50 billion. It has implications for projects in all sectors of our economies, including peace and security. On February 14, the Swiss government cut its funding to UN agencies on a whole lot of issues so that it can transfer those resources to internal defense. On February 20th, the Dutch government said that going forward, the Netherlands first approach, the Netherlands government will take Netherlands first approach. And therefore, they are making significant cuts in projects focused on gender, education, climate change, among others. And February 25, 2 days ago, the UK said they're going to raise their military aid to 2.5% of GDP and reduce support to development aid correspondingly. The foreign minister for Britain summarized what's happening in the world in a very, very short time, but in a very important way, by saying, we are a government of pragmatists, not ideologues. And we have had to balance the compassion of our internationalism with the necessity of our national security. The question then is, what happens to global peace, stability, and prosperity when every nation begins to look inwards, when every nation is focused on its own self-interest? This has implications for what we do in the region, in this case, for peace and security. As this is unfolding, primarily from our partners, our development partners, what's happening on the ground is of equal concern. On February 11th, there was a major article that had done analysis on what's happening in Somalia, titled, "The Islamic State has regrouped in Somalia, and it has global ambitions," basically saying that Somalia is potentially going to become a center of instability, and we know what the implications are for peace and security in our region. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm getting at is, at a minimum, and as a region, this evolving geopolitical landscape necessitates that we strengthen homegrown solutions, that we lead in protecting our spaces, that we lead in providing the right solutions that are relevant to the reality of today, not to the reality of 20, 30 years ago. And Mashariki is one such solution that is locally developed, led by people who know the ground well. Some of you in this room have had boots on the ground in the literal sense of the word. You understand security and peace and the relationship between peace and development in a very practical way because you've been on the front line. You can't have a stronger team than that in developing homegrown solutions at a time when the world is not as readily available to support us as they were even a year ago. It is a time for us to make sure that we articulate our challenges in a manner that aligns to the emerging reality. The justification we may have had in seeking support for solutions in the Sudan, DRC, or in Somalia would have articulated them differently 5 years ago, as we are going to need to articulate them going forward, given the interests of our development partners. Mashariki is going to be at the forefront in ensuring that we articulate these solutions in a manner that is aligned, that we present solutions in a manner that is based on the reality on the ground, that we team up with the emerging leadership in the African Union to implement transformational ideas in an increasingly complex and unpredictable world. Through the journals, the first of which we are about to launch, and the related work that Mashariki is going to be doing, it offers a platform for engaging in these issues by providing evidence and unbundling complex security issues. The journal that we're going to launch ably highlights the pervasiveness and complexity of conflict in the Horn, including the role of external partners. I enjoyed reading some of those articles because you realize just how complex and compounded those issues are. Very few people who do not understand the ground and the local issues would be able to unbundle that, and that is a critical contribution to the engagement. Secondly, the journals will be stimulating and presenting innovative ways of approaching security in Africa. The solution that you may have for resolving conflict in Ukraine are not necessarily equal to the solution you may have in resolving conflict in the Sudan. And then finally, we look into the journals, upcoming journals, starting with the one we are launching today, to highlight the critical links between peace and security and development. There are a couple of articles in this journal, the one on digital work and freedom of the press or lack of it, and the potential it has to influence thought and action. So this becomes an important vehicle, a critical vehicle for positioning us as a region in being a relevant solution to the reality on the ground and becoming a credible partner with our international partners, but also our domestic partners, whether it's in government, other think tanks, our international partners on the ground, and so on and so forth. Therefore, in launching this journal, I applaud the authors and the editorial board for production of this inaugural issue of Mashariki Security Journal. It's a great start to what promises to be a consequential period for peace and security in our region, and for Mashariki leading from the front as we go forward. I thank you for gracing this event, and welcome, and I look forward to a stimulating discussion this morning. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Our chief guest, retired IG Joseph Boynet, representing the National Security Advisor to the President of the Republic of Kenya. Our esteemed host, security at the State Department of Foreign Affairs. And I'm honored to speak, but is unavailable due to exigencies of duty. So I'll go straight to what PS would have said if he was here without adding a full stop or a comma. On behalf of the entire fraternity of the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, I congratulate the Mashariki Research and Policy Center on the timely launch of the inaugural Compounding Peace and Security Challenges, including protracted conflicts, slowly gravitating towards security instability. As you are aware, Kenya has historically been and continues to be at the forefront of regional, continental, is also engaged in stabilization efforts in Somalia, facilitating political reconciliation, as well as participating in peace enforcement and counterterrorism initiatives through the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia. Additionally, Kenya played a pivotal role in resolving the conflict in northern Ethiopia, contributing to the signing of the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of Ethiopia and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, DRC. The Nairobi process stabilizing the situation. Under the leadership of His Excellency President William Ruto as chairperson of the East African Community, addressing the Eastern DRC crisis collaboration. The Ministry is fully aware of the invaluable contributions of independent think tanks. The Ministry is fully aware of the invaluable contributions of independent think tanks, especially from Africa, in generating ideas that inform both the formulation and implementation of foreign policy. During the review of Kenya's foreign policy in 2024, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs deliberately sought extensive public input, including contributions from think tanks to enable a comprehensive and inclusive policy framework. Notably, your invaluable insights during the Kenya Foreign Policy Review process, which culminated in its launch on 2nd December 2024, were instrumental in shaping the direction and priorities of our foreign policy. We deeply appreciate your contributions and look forward to continued collaboration in advancing Kenya's diplomatic objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, For too long, thought leadership has been perceived as the preserve of the global north. However, it is evident that effective peace and security solutions must harness our own diverse experiences and translate them into actionable knowledge. Security challenges do not conform to geographical hierarchies. They affect economies, regions, and cultures across the globe. Therefore, we must transcend outdated models and reimagine solutions that reflect the unique experiences and needs of every nation and region. The Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs recognizes that our learning should be rooted in local, national, and global experiences. We value researchers and civil society as critical stakeholders because our strategies must draw from a broad spectrum of expertise grounded in societal realities. Think tanks, such as the Mashariki Research and Policy Center, are therefore very critical in providing deep regional context to the challenges we face today. Also, often overlooked is the role of the critical Track 2 diplomacy in advancing peace efforts. The Sudan Council of Churches played a pivotal role in peace building during the 1990s and early 2000s, contributing to efforts for stability in South Sudan. Similarly, Catholic bishops in the Democratic Republic of Congo have been instrumental in facilitating local political reconciliation. Think tanks, too, have increasingly been invited to provide technical support to mediation and peace processes, contributing their expertise to both Track 1 and Track 2 diplomacy. These examples highlight the immense opportunities available for you to contribute in addressing the challenges in our region. I deeply appreciate the alignment between the Mashariki Research and Policy Center's 5 strategic programs, that is security and peace building, climate change, geopolitics, and world order, with the ministry's priorities. This alignment reinforces the importance of collaboration between our 2 institutions in showcasing what we are doing and educating the public about the situation in our region, fostering realistic expectations. We therefore look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the Mashariki Research and Policy Center, particularly through the Foreign Service Academy, to promote knowledge exchange, build capacity, and advance our shared objectives in regional diplomacy. We trust that you will serve as ambassadors of our shared mission by promoting and highlighting the initiatives of the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, contributing to the advancement of our common interests and the prosperity of our country and region. I look forward to the discussions and insights that will emerge from this launch and remain confident that through our collective efforts, we can advance the shared vision of a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Eastern Africa. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my singular honor to invite our chief guest, retired IG Joseph Boynet, to deliver his remarks. IG.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, Brigadier Retired Dr. Kabage, for the excellent introductory remarks. I am here wearing two hats. Hat number one is my own personal capacity, because I was invited to this event as myself, as you know me. So I would have been here anyway, because I have very, very high regards for Brigadier Retired Dr. Kabage, and the work he has done as a distinguished patriot and a citizen of this great country. And the successes he has registered in his career in the past, and I attest to that, having been a student in a seminar he provided, or a course he facilitated a little while ago, I think close to about 25 years ago. And I still recall to this day what he said in that classroom. It was called Mission Leaders Course. We are being prepared to assume the duties of mission leaders. Should we be called upon to lead missions in PKOs operations? But I somehow didn't get to that, get that opportunity, but I had opportunities to do other things. Many of them you probably know. Hat number two is what I'm just about to do now, is to represent the National Security Advisor, Ambassador Dr. Monica, who would have truly loved to be here. And she had prepared rather, very well to be here, because she has immense respect to Brigadier Retired Dr. Kabage, in his own right and in our own right, having worked very, very closely together in the past, and knowing the pursuits that he has engaged in post-retirement in his formal careers as a military officer in leading thought processes of this nature, which are extremely invaluable, as you have heard being attested to by the previous speakers. So I'm here to deliver a speech, which I will do, as our colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, without altering not even a comma or a full stop, because I'm here on instructions. So I, as instructed, I will do exactly that. So permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the National Security Advisor's statement. To the Executive Director of this esteemed institution and center, Brigadier Retired Dr. Robert Kabage, the leadership of this institution represented here by a board member, Dr. Kagia, distinguished guests that include members of faculty and those who work with Dr. Kabage in this institution, guests that include friends and colleagues from the diplomatic community, policy analysts and researchers that include, I've seen Professor Nyanguro, I'm told Professor Masharia is in, or should be on the way. General Njoroge, who is General Retired Njoroge, who is not only a distinguished son of the soil, I would say, because of the great and distinguished things he has done for this great republic within and beyond the borders of this country, including in the diplomatic space and the PKO space. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. So it gives me this great opportunity, that is Ambassador Monica's words to express my regards to the Mashariki Research and Policy Center for their kind invitation to deliver this keynote address this morning, which I am doing now. This event truly heralds the value of think tanks in research and policy formulation environment across a wide range of disciplines, and in this special respect in the national security space that embodies wider horizons in the region and further afield. I note that this event is convened, among many others, to launch the flagship product, the Mashariki Security Journal, to celebrate the first anniversary, to launch the revamped website, and therefore provides each one of us a remarkable opportunity to reflect on the milestones gained by this great center. I believe also it will also provide opportunity to reset the trajectory of this institution, of this center that is, in the research and policy environment. This, therefore, comes at a critical juncture amidst the backdrop of a world that is in flux, and that in some respects, it can also be regarded as an inflection point. The key characteristics of this point in time is an age of polycrisis. That is to say that we are at a moment in history in which the world is facing a multiple and sometimes interlinked crises that have fundamental implications for humankind. Case in point that the world is just recovering from the very devastating COVID-19 pandemic, and we are now in the age of a multiplicity of climate emergencies and rising geopolitical tensions. This journal, therefore, provides us with the opportunity to break down some of these very, very complex crises and determine approaches that will help policymakers navigate this complex and tangled world within an Eastern African context. And therefore, the term Mashariki is not only contextually appropriate, but even in its everyday usage, it drives home the point in a very clear way. I allow the objective of initiating the Mashariki Security Journal as an opportunity to exchange research and policy ideas in the context of a rapidly changing and unpredictable security environment. The journal will focus on security and strategic studies in Eastern Africa region is a clear testament to the center's resolve to influence policy formulation while incubating new ideas for diverse audiences, including governments, intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, as well as the private sector, not obviously forgetting the general wider public. This journal, therefore, will provide an indeed addition to contributing to policy research debates in our region. I note that this inaugural issue is themed on regional peace and security in Eastern Africa, issues, challenges, and prospects. This theme is appropriate as it gives the region a contextualized basis of studying the current and projected peace and security dynamics. For scholars and policy actors with interest in Eastern African region, you would concur with me that the region faces a myriad of risks that need collective action. Key to unraveling these risks is to engage in problem-solving research standpoint, while underscoring the value of interdisciplinarity. In the last decade in the region, the threat environment has rapidly evolved with the rise of terrorism and violent extremism, state fragility, internal conflicts, cross-border conflicts, including wider human security risks largely occasioned by the effects of climate change that is impacting on livelihoods and the very survival of our people. These threats require proper diagnosis, regional cooperation, and international collaboration as the world pivots towards multipolarity. In finding diagnosis to some of these threats, therein mentioned, think tanks become an absolute necessity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will anchor my address today on the value that think tanks such as this one provide in the policy formulation processes. Having had stints in the academia, think tanks, and now in the policy implementation space, I can vouch for the fact that think tanks are critical in shaping policy outcomes. That is my boss. This is particularly important in that the insights provided by institutions like this one that generate ideas that are future focused and help in determining and scenarios. And therefore, MRPC is therefore uniquely positioned to generate evidence-based and informed products. And as we had been told by the CEO earlier on, that their focus is on research, evidence-based research, collaboration with other similar institutions that is aimed at providing bespoke products for a diverse audience. Let me therefore focus on the point of forecasting future trends and scenarios. Think tanks are poised to offer a big picture of things as they possess the expertise and the tools to anticipate future risks, and thus help the policy ecosystem to adopt and plan. In the context of mega trends, which I particularly think that think tanks have a role to play in shaping sustainable futures, institutions such as this one, therefore, help, I repeat, help policy actors to reflect on future trends that require interventions and therefore position themselves as appropriate. Think tanks have a role to amplify or to plan and reflect on these mega trends that include demographic shifts, climate change, digital technologies, and urbanization. And also further into what he has just said, I saw an article done by the Finnish Institute for International Affairs, done some quite exciting research on African mega trends. If you visit their website, you will find some quite exciting write-up on these future trends, as well as the Brookings Institution. They have done some quite extensive research on mega trends that touch on Africa. Now back to the speech. In efforts at focusing the future and by implication the micro and the macro sub-trends likely to shape the future of security, think tanks have to continuously aspire to enhance their capacities, innovate and adapt to emerging technologies and methodologies. The advent of AI, while presenting opportunities and challenges, is one such tool to harness in order to have meaningful analysis of future trends. Therefore, restates the absolute necessity and the importance of this center. Furthermore, human talent within the thinking space ought to be robust and at the same time adaptable to the evolving knowledge landscape. It therefore calls for think tanks to reflect on building the internal human resource capacities development. In highlighting the roles that think tanks such as this one can play in policy advice, I therefore hasten to note that they ought to strategically reflect on three interrelated issues. The first one is on the question of resource mobilization. 2 is the quality of the outputs. 3 is the dissemination strategy. In terms of resource mobilization, forward-looking strategies, trend analysis, and the funding landscape should be a constant point of lesson learning. Reflecting on this matter, focus should be paid to the changing geopolitical landscapes that impact or likely to impact on funding streams necessary to conduct problem-solving research geared towards policy influence. And you will recall what Dr. Kagia told us about the cuts that various capitals around the world have implemented in the recent past, from the US, the Swiss, the UK, and the Dutch. And that therefore will impact on the work of institutions of this kind that used to depend on the benevolence of those capitals. Regarding funding streams necessary to support operational and research costs of think tanks, there is therefore need to diversify funding sources away from the West that has traditionally supported think tanks in the region. Time is therefore ripe to engage in local fundraising, setting up of endowment funds by the private sector and local philanthropists. This has a net effect of changing the funding narrative while truly living up to the mantra of finding local solutions to our local problems. Additionally, the quality of research and policy output remains central if thanks are to remain relevant in fulfilling the general mandates of influencing policy through research. So therefore, as we launch the Mashariki Security Journal today, and cognizant of your other research outputs, such as Mashariki Today, Mashariki Policy Brief, and working papers, I urge you to scale up the quality of your quality products to enhance your reach and impact, issues of relevance, forecasting for future policy problems, and providing possible options are not only supportive to your various audiences, but also you give you relevance now and beyond. In terms of your dissemination strategy, especially for the journal, let me share a few reflections. A research output visibility and impact is dependent on dissemination, whom you reach and share the products that you have generated. Leveraging on social media platforms, convening policy dialogues, roundtables, and conferences, in addition to website engagement, is one way of expanding your reach. And therefore, today's launch of your revamped website comes quite in handy. As I close, as we launch the journal today, including the various activities that we will be engaged in later on, I note that it has dissected, that's the journal, various peace and security issues in the region, ranging from regional conflicts, the role of regional mechanisms, to conflict management, to issues of political economy, and the complex multilateral environment. The issues in this special issue I note with great pleasure and with precise recommendations that have relevance for practical policy interventions and advancing knowledge frontiers. I hope that this journal will grow and will provide the to-go-to platform to sharpen the skills of not only the early career researchers while also building newer stock, as it were, to intergenerational dialogue with by experienced academics, mentoring the younger researchers and academics. I therefore look forward to engaging with you this morning with a view to building on the successes already registered by this distinguished center for the purposes of building the knowledge space and the thought press space rather in our capital. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me, and that is a speech that Madam NSA would have delivered had she come here. And permit me, CEO, to say that she has sent me to send her, to convey rather her best regards, and to say that she will find time to visit the center in our own capacity as NSA, and to deliver her personal felicitations to yourselves. I thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, IG retired Joseph Boynet, for delivering the keynote address. We'll now move very swiftly to the journal launch, and I now request the CEO, accompanied by our chief guest today, to move to this booth, and we will commence a short ceremony to formally inaugurate the Mashariki Security Journal. So, Chief Guest Sir, we will commence that with a short music session, and then we'll do a count. I don't know if our technical person is ready. We'll do a count of 5, and then at the count of 1, we'll press that journal, that then that buzzer, that then will allow some event to happen there, and we'll formally see the journal. So, some music playing in the background. Our technical person, you ready? Okay. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Plus 1. Yeah, just press the buzzer. You may take pictures of the journal as we...
God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? Nobody. Who can change his mind alone? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen his faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, he has done it for me. And I have...
Maybe you can move to this side. So we'll formally now launch the journal by giving a copy to our chief guest as the advance copy for the journal. You may clap and enjoy the moment as we launch. Thank you very much, and the journal is formally launched. Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we're now done with the opening session. I'll request that we move downstairs for the photo session and then take a short coffee or health break, and we should resume. Wow. Can we be back here at 10:40? 10:40, so that we commence the next session. We're just late by 10 minutes. And then we'll now formally also inaugurate our MC, Dr. Willie Sokumo. He's somewhere in the room, so he will officiate the next session. Thank you very much. I'll request the high table to first move to the photo session downstairs, followed by all of us as well. We'll just take the photo session and then enjoy some tea break. And then 10:40, we resume for the sessions launching the individual papers. Thank you very much. We may proceed downstairs now to our far right. There will be a photo opportunity there. Thank you.
Maisha yenye amani, maisha yenye amani.
Chukumele kaijida kanura Udoni homa Ngozi no wadu Kamili ahunezo Kobi daima Ebene bani genili Kona panututu Aigato uto nebu di bojo kifeni legaga mudonobi ikwe kebu bifani naya oh 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 benile ebene benkechi nkana batalike kedu makahuike ona makobite mumma ebene benkechi nkana batalike kedu makahuike ona makobite mumma ebene banyiga kuba ngobi odika biudo mo nebu beni no chichobi ṣàyìnà olúwolo èmi àtẹ̀bí náà wà pẹ̀lú ra ilé yóò wà pẹ̀lú ṣọ́ra ìgbò bó sì rọ ìsà kùnmi ògì nínú oúnjẹ pẹ̀lú ọgbàlúmọ̀ wà nípò àwọn ọmọ ń kọrin sórí yìí olúwa ò ní ṣe wá ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Sùn sókè pẹ̀lú àdúrà náà nínú inú mi dùn filẹ̀kùn pẹ̀lú ìkàdó ọmọ ìyá mi túnú àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wá àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wá pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan yé bàbá mi lónìí ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wá àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wá pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan yé bàbá mi lónìí ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wá àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wá pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan yé bàbá mi lónìí ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọ sí àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Olúwa nílàjọ sí àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá.
Tula ekushuphekeni kwam faringi tabe lupigamo kwatsingilila emfuleni lowo kwashisa inyembezi uthando lwafika phansi komthunzi wesihlahla sibambeni izandla zethu siphilisa isilonda lapho sithandaza imvana ehlalayo phansi kwehlangano unogwaja boy emasimini lakho ngani wami unjani wena kwazi ukukhathaze kukukhamba phansi komthunzi wesihlahla sibambeni izandla zethu siphilisa isilonda lapho sithandaza
Maisha ni vita na mzigo wa mabega, njia ndefu mbele yangu, tunapambana na njaa, maji kidogo ya kunywa, mvua hainyeshi sana, lakini moyo wangu hauwezi kukata tamaa. Ndiyo maisha yangu, ndiyo mzunguko tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha. Uchovu ndani ya mwili, lakini moyo wa shujaa. Kwa kila anguko ndugu, tutainuka tena. Ndoto zetu za mbali tutashikilia zote. Naomba nguvu ya mbinguni kwenye kila hatua yetu. Ndiyo maisha yangu, ndiyo mzunguko tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha. Maisha yangu ndiyo mzunguko huu. Tutapita mwamba na sura zenye furaha.
Mvelo ihle kakhulu, izihlahla zithule zwi, izulu likhanya phezulu, umoya uthokozisa moya ami, imifula ithula khona, izihambi zithokozisa amanzi, izingane ziyadlala emhlambini, injabulo iningi phansi kwelanga. Mvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Mvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile, intaba ziphakama zithule, ilanga libona konke, izilwane zihlala ndawonye, ubuntu buqhakaza unomphela. Masibheke kahle mfelo, simamukele ngenhlonipho, sithandaza ukuba sihlale njengomhlaba omusha. Mvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Mvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile. Mvelo, mvelo, ubuhle bakho bungaka. Mvelo, mvelo, uthulile futhi uzolile. Mvelo, mvelo, uzolile. I walk, I come see you. You done make my heart beat sing. What can I go do without you, my sweet honey? Under this moonlight, now you the light of my night. Make we hold hand tight, no feel lose you out of sight. Love like this, not so true. I dare for you, you dare for me too. Sunrise to sunset, you did my mind, no regret. Together we go set, forever love we go back. Now you be my queen, you did shine bright like star. No, they make me dream, reality you did near no far. Love like this, not so true. I dare for you, you dare for me too. Under this moonlight, Make we hold hand tight, no feel lose you out the sight. Love like this, not so true. I there for you, you there for me too. Sunrise to sunset, you did my mind, no regret. Together we go set, forever love we go back. Now you be my queen, you they shine bright like star. You they make me dream, reality you they near not far. Love like this, not so true. I did for you, you did for me too.
Life not every walk out slow. Step by step like river they flow. For this road we go see plenty story. Good times, bad times, all join body. Life they sweet, life they tough. We go show, we go rough. We go smile, we go cry. Now so you be no need lie. Small, small, we dey reach our place. No rush, no run, we move with grace. Sun go shine, rain go fall. We go stand through it all. Family, friends, they make life bright. We go hold them tight through day and night. Ooh.
Também de coisa boa. E volta para o lado do minha, não vai até botar até que a coisa não vai para
We go show, we go rough. We go smile, we go cry. I saw you be no need life. We go show, we go rough. We go show, we go rough.
Okay, certo.
Sun go shine, rain go fall. We go stand through it all. Family, friends, they make life bright. We go hold them tight day and night.
Maisha matamu sana, siku moja moja tu. Tunatembea kwa mbele, tunacheza na furaha. Jua linapochomoza, maji yanatiririka. Nyimbo za asubuhi, tunashukuru kwa yote. Hatujui kesho itakuwaje, lakini leo tunaishi na sauti za moyo wetu. Tunaimba maisha matamu wakati wa mvua. Tunacheza katika mvua, kila tone ni baraka kwetu sisi wote. Maisha yanayopita sawa na upepo, lakini tunashikilia upendo na matumaini. Mara zingine huzuni, lakini bado tunasonga, na nyimbo zinatufariji, tunapata nguvu upya. Hatujui kesho itakuwaje, lakini leo tunaishi na sauti za moyo wetu. Tunaimba maisha matamu.
na sauti za moyo wetu, tunaimba maisha matamu. Wakati wa mvua, tunacheza katika mvua, kila tone ni baraka kwetu sisi wote. Maisha yanayopita sawa na upepo, lakini tunashikilia neno na matumaini. Neno na matumaini. Maisha ni vita na mzigo wa mabega, njia ndefu mbele yangu, tunapambana na njaa, maji kidogo ya kunywa, mvua hainyeshi sana, lakini moyo wangu hawezi kukata tamaa. Ndiyo maisha yangu, ndiyo mzunguko, tutapita mwambao na sura zenye furaha, uchovu ndani ya mwili, lakini moyo wa shujaa. Kwa kila anguko ndugu, tutainuka tena. Ndoto zetu za mbali tutashikilia zote.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. Let's settle down.
Maisha yangu ndio mzunguko.
Tutarudi hapa. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down. All right. Good morning. My name is Willis Okumu, and I will be taking you through the next 2 sessions. So I'm just giving a 1 or 2 seconds for everybody else to settle down, and then we start. To the chief guest, retired IG Mr. Boynet, who has probably left now, the CEO of Mashariki, retired Brigadier Dr. Kagia, Ruth Kagia, the board member. I forgot that. And a lot of distinguished professors and scholars and policy people in the room. I definitely recognize Professor Inaugural, who taught me at the university. I want us to go through session 2, and session 2 starts from state fragility and transnational threats. But before we do that, I just want us to have a few minutes of reflection and to talk about the papers that these 4 presenters are going to talk about here. The first one is by Dr. Saul Marigat, who is talking about assessing the AU and IGAD responses in resolving Sudan and Ethiopia conflicts. The second one by Abraham Minko, revisiting the Ethiopia-Eritrea border conflict. The third one by Shem Siteki, Sudan Civil War, a critical appraisal of conflict responses. And the last one by Ms. Rabia Abdi, the mental toll of the Tigray War in Ethiopia. So in my
probably 3 or 4 minutes, I want to talk about these papers and say that, one, these papers are basically trying to address the role of regional organizations in conflict response and peace building. At the AU level, we have the African Union with these peace building structures and mechanisms. And we have seen conflict, starting with the Ethiopian conflict, going into the Sudan conflict, going into DRC. And the question that has always been raised, as it was raised recently in the summit that had the EAC and SCDC, you realize that the AUC chair was actually kicked out of a meeting by presidents. And part of the reason why he was kicked out, that's the former AU chair, was because the African Union has not been seen.
Good morning.
Okay. The AUC has not been seen to be effective in resolving emerging regional conflicts, and perhaps that should make us question the structure of the African Union and its effectiveness in terms of addressing the current conflicts that are going on. Coming to IGAD, IGAD for a long time was known as the go-to place when you are addressing emerging conflicts in Eastern Africa. You remember the times of Moi, Museveni, Omar al-Bashir, and all that were always convening meetings, and most of these meetings were happening here in Nairobi. But you look at the Ethiopian conflict, the Tigray conflict, and for the most times, there was little that IGAD was doing to address the conflict in Ethiopia. Perhaps it's because the executive office of IGAD was led by a foreign minister of Ethiopia, and therefore you don't want to beat your people that you are going to go back to at some point in time. Looking at the EAC deployed ICRAF in the DRC, and they had a lot of problems with the leadership in the DRC. But eventually they were kicked out, and Summit DRC came in, and as we talk, they have lost 14 people or more. And that tells us that the structures that we have as regional blocks to address emerging conflicts are defective in one way or the other. Is it a question of political leadership? Is it a question of personal interest of the leaders? We see, for example, if you go back to the global perspective, you see Donald Trump talking about 500 billion of rare earth minerals to address, as part of a peace deal in Ukraine. You see the president of DRC talking about offering Americans minerals as part of intervention for peace in the DRC. So it raises questions about structures, regional structures of peace building. It also raises questions of personal interests of leaders whenever there are conflicts that have arisen. I could talk about the issue of the RSF and the intervention that is currently taking place, and also the perspective that is taken that the RSF is now being launched or hosted here by the leadership in Nairobi. So I want to leave it at that and invite Dr. Saul Marigat to talk about unwilling or unable assessing the AU and IGAD responses in resolving Sudan and Ethiopia conflicts. I don't know whether he's here. Please. Karibu.
Thank you, my brother. This is working. Please make sure this is working. It's not working. I'll let the laptop up to me. Let's bring the laptop here. Distinguished guests, my name is Dr. Saul Kipchirchir Marigat, and today I'm privileged to be here with you to share my presentation. some technical issues. So basically, my study is questioning the role of AU and IGAD in conflict management in the region. This despite revitalization, reinvigoration, and renewal of IGAD and AU mandates. AU was established in 2002 from OAU, so that it could align more with new mandate, to align more to, to face conflict. And then IGAD in 1996 also moved from a somehow drought management organization to face, they appreciated the fact that you cannot develop unless there is peace in the region. And for these reasons, these regional organizations, equip themselves with more mechanisms, early warning systems, legal instruments that's stipulated in the Constitutive Act, among others, peace and security architecture, to manage the conflicts. This was also accompanied by, some commitments, like silencing the guns by 2030, of course, after some postponement, and also the African solutions for African problems. But despite all this, we still see what we see in the Horn of Africa, prolonged conflicts. Horn of Africa has been rated the most fragile region in the world. In the last 2-3 years, we've seen conflicts of catastrophic level, near massacre, situations. So my study, in questioning, I used realism to, which is a pessimistic underpinning of the theory that looks at how states operate in an international political arena. When 2 or 3 states come together in a multilateral organization like IGAD and AU, how does their conduct affect the overall operationalization or delivery of mandate by these organizations? And my methodology, I use primary and secondary data. I was able to interview 22 respondents spread across the region, working in AU, Ethiopia, and IGAD, and other key stakeholders. So in Sudan conflict, I want to look at the role of AU. I've split them in, I look at Sudan, I look at AU circumstances and IGAD circumstances. Then I go to Tigray War and also look at the circumstances in which the two organizations have found themselves in resolving the two conflicts. So AU circumstances in Sudan, Sudan and AU has had bittersweet relationship, and it started basically when these two gentlemen, went on war on April 15th, 2023. Sudan was already suspended from business of AU as a result of, the two gentlemen again toppling Abdallah Hamdok in October 2021. So in that sense, there was no avenue for, or there was no moral authority for AU to intervene because after the suspension, the two gentlemen who were by then the head of Sovereignty Council and deputy, viewed AU suspiciously. At some point they even accused AU, saying that you don't have the Sudanese interest at heart. So they remained suspended for all that time. And any other initiative, because AU started, to start an initiative, but Sudan rejected, saying you don't have business, just because of, they toppled Abdallah Hamdok. If you look at IGAD circumstances in Sudan, when the war broke out in Sudan in April 2023, effectively, the chairmanship of IGAD, which is rotational, was in Sudan. So initially, ideally, the chair of IGAD He's supposed to solve or to resolve his own problems. He's supposed to call for a meeting, to convene a meeting to resolve problems about himself. So he was put under siege. You all know that when the war started, General Alburan was locked in the command center, military command center, for about a year. So all that time, the IGAD chair was under house arrest. So who is supposed to convene the meeting? That time, Wakne Gebeye tried to convene a meeting, but he was told, "You are just a secretariat." So you can see how IGAD was thwarted in its effort to resolve the EU issue. On further circumstances, IGAD, after they seen the circumstances in which they found themselves, convened a meeting in 2023, July, and elected a new IGAD chair so that he can carry out the business. And immediately electing the IGAD chair, they formed an IGAD initiative, which was IGAD trio initially. It was Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, and Djibouti. And then later, they roped in Ethiopia to form the IGAD Quartet. So the IGAD Quartet was supposedly to be led by Kenya as a chair, and then assisted by the rest. So immediately that was announced, SAF remained skeptical. Actually, they protested. They say they don't want Kenya for some reasons, allegations. Maybe it didn't consider Kenya as non-partisan in the processes. It viewed Kenya as a supporter of RSF, and among other things. So SAF opted, and actually they wrote to IGAD saying they prefer South Sudan to lead the talks, and they presented the complaint, which fell in deaf ears because I think the IGAD fraternity would have none of it. And therefore, on 23rd, suspended its membership in resolving the conflicts. So apart from being hosted there, which is become somehow also compromised, AU endorsed the election. Immediately there was a crackdown, there's a war in Tigray. AU endorsed the ANDF operation, the Ethiopian National Defense Force operation in Tigray, and saying it was just it's a small law enforcement issue, and congratulated the Prime Minister for trying to maintain law and order in. So this pained Tigray, the TPLF, that is seeing that AU is conspicuous. This is a multilateral organization which is expected to be above reproach in terms of discrimination and all those things. AU fired, including the head of security, who was a Tigrayan, and among other Tigrayans in several cadres, with the instruction from the Prime Minister. We also see Ethiopia undermined AU high-level mediators that was appointed by Ramaphosa. This included Salif Johnson, among others. Immediately they reached Ethiopia, and the ANDF promised that they would stop so that they could listen to them. That was the second day. They intensified the military campaign against. Also, another circumstances is when AU conflict, and therefore remained unwanted in the peace process. That's why when the AU appointed Obasanjo, on several occasions he tried to force himself to AU, to Tigray, so that he can mediate, but they were rejected on several occasions. And this agrees with what our colleague, our brother from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, that President Uhuru Kenyatta actually salvaged the situation, not the AU. It was actually the Kenyan effort that salvaged, because if AU had continued imposing the use of, Olusegun Obasanjo in Ethiopia, it would have been a different story altogether. So let's look at IGAD in Tigray. IGAD by then, as I said, was chaired by Sudan, who was on top of being under siege at the time. The issues within, by that time, it was Abdallah Hamdok. But the issues that complicated the participation of Sudan as a chair in Ethiopian conflicts were very interesting. There was a lot of very many issues on mistrust, forced relationships, At some point, they had recalled each other's ambassadors, and there was serious diplomatic row. And it was because of these issues, the Nile waters politics. And there was a problem in Chad, which was putting one side on Ethiopia and the other side Egypt and Sudan. So the relationship was tense. And we could see even those times when, when they were having, Sudan asked the UN to withdraw the Ethiopian troops from the peace operations in parts of Darfur and Abyei, somewhere there. So another issue was Al-Fashaka border. During that time, there was a serious, conflict between Ethiopia and Somalia along Al-Fashaka border in northwestern parts of Ethiopia and northeastern parts of Sudan. And the country, I think by that time, data shows that they lost each side a total of 100 soldiers, and the war could get serious. Thank God to Tigray conflict, which actually diverted attention to Tigray and left the Ethiopian politics and this. So these circumstances led, this multilateral organization to find themselves in awkward situations. As in and my conclusion is, it looks like AU and IGAD, were willing to resolve the conflict in the region. In fact, you could see, they have demonstrated some effort. They've tried, all the efforts ended up in the boardroom or, boardroom and announcements and issuing of statements. But the circumstances in which they find themselves have compromised their ability. Remember, my question is unable or unwilling. So what I'm recommending is these regional institutions, I think I am aware that AU, I think, is trying to do some reforms. I think they should fast track reforms, so that they can strengthen regional conflict mechanisms and empower the AU and IGAD in that light. But I don't know how. As long as the state sits there and the realism theory still prevails, that still makes that recommendation a weak one. But there also may be need for international community, including the UN and other community and other members, to maybe increase their roles, despite the Africa solution for African problem mantra. They might need to increase their roles beyond just working up in the US and reading sanctions, which do not go beyond the doors of Washington. Maybe they might need to do more to pressure the protagonists and antagonists in the conflict. And lastly, I think this somehow looks to have worked in the region. Maybe we need to increase bilateral engagements. Yeah, if Kenya didn't go to Ethiopia, I think issues could have been different. So we need to encourage such things. Even the IGAD quartet, when it's facing problems as IGAD, probably one country would go in, maybe Egypt, maybe one country that has the heart of the two warring parties may get in and try to bring to an end, because this looks like it has more possibilities of unlocking the problems than the entry of multilateral organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. You can have a seat. We are going to have the next presentation, which is going to be based on someone who is online. But Dr. you've talked about the fact that IGAD and the AU are willing, but they are having challenges. And I think that's the reality of many of these regional processes. The challenge of funding, perhaps, the challenge of different competing interests, making it impossible to intervene in regional conflicts. So thank you so much. We are going to have another presentation from Abraham Ename Minko, who is based in Turkey, and he's going to talk about revisiting the Ethiopia-Eritrea border conflict, impacts of the Tigray War on regional stability. Is it on? Yeah? Yeah, I'm going to invite him. Online So Abraham, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Abraham? Maybe give them maybe just 1 minute to get the connection right. Yeah. Okay, so Abraham Minko, can you hear us? No, okay, he's muted.
I can get you, please. Can you get me, please?
Yeah, thank you so much and welcome, Mr. Abraham. So you have the floor to talk about your paper revisiting the Ethiopia-Eritrea border conflict, impacts of Tigray war on regional stability. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I just wanted to present myself. My name is Abraham Inameminko. I'm originally from Cameroon, and I am a senior researcher and policy analyst in peace, security, and conflict resolution, actually at Istanbul University in Turkey. I'm almost completing my PhD thesis in political science and international relations at Istanbul University. Before starting my presentation, I just want to acknowledge and thank the MRPC team for this opportunity to present my work. Thank you very much for every single person who has worked in order to make this conference a success for all of us. So my research is mainly focusing on revisiting the Ethiopia-Eritrea border conflict, the impacts of the Tigray war on regional stability. So we decided to raise some few key points and explain them in our work. So the first point we decided to mention is the resurgence of the Ethiopia-Eritrea border conflict. So basically, the 2018 peace agreement between Ethiopia and Eritrea, brokered by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, was seen as a historic breakthrough. However, the Tigray War, which erupted in 2020, has reignited unresolved tensions, exposing the fragility of this peace agreement. So the Eritrea military intervention in Tigray underscores its deep-rooted grievances against the TPLF and its broader strategic interest in Ethiopia internal affairs. Ethiopia's ongoing political and security challenges have strained its relations with neighboring countries, making the Ethiopia-Eritrea border dispute a renewed flashpoint for instability. The second point that we decided to raise on this work was the regional implications of this Tigray war. The war has really reshaped the geopolitical landscape of the Horn of Africa, strengthening the Ethiopia-Eritrea alliances against the TPLF while pushing Sudan and Somalia into complex diplomatic entanglements. Ethiopia disputes with Sudan over the Al-Fashaka water area has been exacerbated by refugee movements and security concerns, further complicating regional relations. Somalia internal security has been affected as well, as Ethiopian troops previously engaged in counter-terrorism operations were redeployed to the Tigray front, weakening the fight against Al-Shabaab. The third point we decided to raise in this paper was the role of external actors. So the African Union and IGAD have really faced challenges in effectively mediating the crisis, revealing institutional weaknesses in conflict prevention and resolution. Gulf states, particularly the UAE and Saudi Arabia, have played a strategic role in supporting Ethiopia government while balancing relations with Eritrea. International powers like the US, the European Union, and China have influenced conflict dynamics through diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, and security partnerships, often aligning with different factions within Ethiopia. The fourth point we raised was the cross-border impacts of this conflict. The war has led to mass displacement, with refugees fleeing to Sudan and exacerbating humanitarian crises in border areas. Insurgent groups and armed militia have taken advantage of this instability, increasing cross-border violence and posing threats to regional stability and security. Economic disruptions, including the closure of trade routes and a decline in cross-border commerce, have negatively impacted the region's economic stability and integration efforts. So at the end of our work, we came out with some key findings, and those key findings are highlighted as follows. The Tigray War has not only reunited the Ethiopian fragile, underscoring the depth of insurgencies in border areas pose significant threats to long-term regional stability, while others have deepened divisions by aligning with different warring factions. Institutional weaknesses in the African Union and IGAD highlight the urgent need for stronger regional conflict resolution mechanism. So we decided to make some recommendations at the end of our work. The first recommendation is strengthening diplomatic engagement. Ethiopia and Eritrea must engage in renewed diplomatic efforts facilitated by the AU or IGAD to prevent further military confrontations and ensure long-term stability. A regional peace dialogue involving Sudan, Somalia, and relevant international partners should be initiated to address interconnected security concerns and avoid spillover effects. The second recommendation that we made is to enhancing border security and conflict prevention by establishing a neutral border monitoring mechanism that will help to prevent further territorial disputes and military escalations along the Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia-Sudan borders. Strengthening also joint security initiatives among Horn of African nations can mitigate the risk of cross-border insurgencies and improve intelligence sharing on emerging threats. The third recommendation that we decided to make was humanitarian and economic cooperation. Enhancing refugee protection mechanisms and ensuring coordinated humanitarian aid among affected countries can help address the immediate consequences of the war. Promoting regional trade and economic cooperation, including infrastructure projects that benefit multiple nations, that we decided to make was reforming a regional conflict resolution mechanism through competing geopolitical interests. By implementing these measures, regional actors can mitigate the long-term repercussions of the Tigray War and foster sustainable peace in the Horn of Africa. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I just want to say asante. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abraham. I think it's been a very illuminating discussion. And one of the things Abraham is mentioning that I think is becoming a very common feature in African conflicts is external actors, especially mid-level states. So yeah, we're talking about Turkey, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar.
Please, I have finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Asante sana. So we have new actors that are getting entangled in our conflicts and coming up with all sorts of interests that are driving their interest in some of these conflicts.
My apologies, but I can't listen to you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, just a minute. They're fixing it.
Can you turn on your mic?
They're fixing it.
I'll be able to hear what you are saying, please.
All right, they're fixing it. Just a minute. Okay, now can you hear us?
Yes, now I can get you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Thank you for your presentation. So the next presenter is Mr. Shem Siteki, who is going to talk about South Sudan Civil War, a critical appraisal of conflict responses, 2023-2024. Karibu.
the Sudan Civil War. Basically, it's a critical appraisal of the conflict responses from 2023 to all the way to 2024. So right from the start of the conflict up to November last year. So since April 2023, when the current civil war in Sudan began, there have been several peace initiatives which have been of interest to researchers and policymakers alike. These mediation initiatives have been undertaken at both regional and global levels, focusing on varied tasks and outcomes. So my paper attempted to understand the nature and efforts towards peaceful resolution of the Sudan civil war since 2023. I applied the Thomas Dush cooperation and competition model. So on the methods, largely I used the secondary research design, and on this I combined a systematic literature review, a restricted review by publication period between April 2023, when the conflict, this current civil war started, all the way to November 2024 last year, with the goal of identifying relevant publication. And then I combined this with content analysis, so an in-depth analysis of these publications to uncover the themes and patterns related to resolving the conflict, the Sudan Civil War 2023. So on the results, so the mediation initiative, so one of them was the Jeddah Declaration of Commitment. As you all remember, right from the time the conflict began, there was the Saudi and American initiatives that is underpinned within this Jeddah Declaration of Commitment. So it aimed at safeguarding civilians and to facilitate humanitarian efforts. So though the two key warring parties, that is SAF and RSF, expressed support, there has been failure of these commitments due to finger pointing. So that's on the Jeddah Declaration. Then there was the IGAD Rapid Response Plan, as from my previous speaker. Of course, earlier, Kenya was touted to lead this mediation, but at some point, that was changed. And the key challenge for IGAD is that they lack the membership of two other critical regional players, that is Chad and Egypt. And as you are aware, as the conflict materialized, there were refugees that were headed towards these two countries, Egypt and Chad. And so IGAD never factored in these two countries. And then the next one is the Egypt neighboring countries and political dialogue. So it was held in Cairo in July 2023, and it involved Sudan's several neighboring countries, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Chad, Eritrea, the Central African Republic, and Libya. So on this, it proposed a comprehensive solution inclusive of long-term ceasefire, humanitarian corridors, and a broad political dialogue. So there were doubts that were raised by the Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed. So he signaled at a possible friction among the participants. So he championed for inclusion of the African Union in leading the negotiations in proceeding initiatives. And then there was the African Union. So it was thought that the panel, if properly constituted, with sincere members, it will have the potential to facilitate an inclusive civilian-led political transition. So the success of these mechanisms will be pivotal in restating the AU effectiveness in resolving the ongoing conflict. So however, it has had a lower profile in part because it focuses on Sudan civilians, also because each of the relevant member states had already been involved in other forums. So again, you see that trend of duplication of activities. And then there is the last one, the Geneva ceasefire talks. So the talks that started in August 2024 were sponsored by the US, Saudi Arabia alongside the AU, UAE, while Egypt and the UN taking part as observers. As you may have heard, the external influences from one of the speakers, we have the US and Saudi Arabia. So it geared towards ensuring a ceasefire, halting the war, and guaranteeing the supply of humanitarian aid. So however, one side, the SAF, declined to attend the talks, while setting conditions. So it wanted the execution of earlier pledges to peace before any fresh talks would proceed. It demanded to be referred as the de facto representative of Sudan, thus rejecting equal status offered to RSF. Then turning on to the analysis. So just as I've mentioned, there have been 5 initiatives so far, as per my paper, that have been undertaken so far. So in resolving the current civil war, and Sudanese negotiators seeks to competitively build their own external initiatives and then influence the mediator to shape the process in their favor. So for instance, on the Geneva Declaration, so both parties initially expressed shared and individual commitments towards the resolving the conflict. But however, this initiative was short-lived due to violation of ceasefire agreements by both the RSF and the SAF. So going on to the Geneva ceasefire talks, SAF, on condition it would be identified as the mouthpiece of Sudan. So this weekend, the mediator's power and further set a precedence of competition between itself and RSF. So the refusal of ASF to accommodate RSF as an equal partner further escalates the tension. So again, based on the Thomas Dusch module of competition and cooperation, you can see there's that tug of war, there's that competition between these two warring factions. And then on instance on an alternative chairman, talks made it difficult for negotiations to advance. Thus, in such a scenario, it seems that the SAF will only support the negotiations when it would be in its favor, but object it when it's not. Then on the Jeddah Declaration, this had earlier been backed by the two warring parties. However, due to accusations of each other regarding not upholding the ceasefire commitments, a scenario of contention is created. So again, we see that trend of the competition being highlighted. Then this scenario is further aggravated by the absence of repercussions within the internationally supported ceasefire monitoring mechanism for the parties in the event of breaking the ceasefire. So basing it on the theory of competition and cooperation, it's evident that the rival parties have generally inclined towards competition as opposed to cooperation. Thus, conflict resolution mechanisms have negatively affected, resulting in the intensification of the conflict, the current Sudan conflict. So this, according to Dusch, can be explained by the following competitive aspects. So number one, competition assumes that conflict resolution can only be enforced by one side via greater force, trickery, and shrewdness, undependable and poor communication amongst conflicting parties. Third, enrichment of one's own supremacy and curtailment of the other's power. Then the last one, rivalry between the two parties, SAF and RSF, necessitates unfriendly stances that amplifies the thoughtfulness to disparities and terrorizations while minimizing the consciousness of parallels. Then, as a result of the above characteristics, parties have resulted in handling each other in ways that will not be pleasing in handling oneself or own group members. So finally, almost last, based on this study's findings, there are several proposals that the study advances. So number one, it's critical to include consequences of breaking the ceasefire for both parties. So as you may have been aware that these two parties, they go scot-free once they break the ceasefire agreements and there are no consequences. So it will be good to include consequences in terms when it comes to breaking of the ceasefire. Then the second recommendation is that there needs to be timelines for the temporary ceasefire to ensure sustainability for the same going forward. Then the third one is there needs to be division of labor between multiple forums to address contradictions and all overlaps, as had been alluded. Then, so for example, the Jeddah should take responsibility for the military and security aspects, Egypt and Chad for humanitarian issues, the AU eager to develop long-term civilian democratic vision for the transitional government that must follow the silencing of the guns. Then on conclusion, the multifaceted approach to Sudan's conflict necessitates careful coordination and the reinforcement of recommendations. And then the international community must learn from past shortcomings, acknowledge potential contradictions, and work collaboratively to usher in sustainable and inclusive peace for the people of Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shem. As I listen to your presentation, I'm asking myself, what is the incentive for peace in Sudan, given the recent occurrences here in Nairobi? I mean, it's good to talk about mediation and all these processes, but given the new realities that we are facing, is there a real incentive for peace? So thank you so much. The last presentation in this session is by Ms. Rabia Abdi, who will talk about the mental toll of the Tigrayan war in Ethiopia. Karibu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rabia Abdi, and today I would like us to look into the role the role of unaddressed trauma in peace building. When we think about war and post-war recovery, we mostly concentrate on rebuilding the infrastructure we lost, reviving the economy, and the death toll, but we rarely consider the impact the war has had on individuals and how that can impede peace-building efforts. The Tigray War started in November 2020 when the Ethiopian National Defense Forces, allied with Amhara paramilitary forces and Eritrean forces, launched a military attack on Tigray and unleashed widespread violence on the civilians. They committed multiple atrocities and human rights violations, including mass executions of communities, as we saw in Aksum, where the Amhara and Eritrean forces went door by door and massacred almost 800 people. There was also deliberate use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, where they would rape girls and women, over 10,000, in front of their own families and put them in humiliating situations so that they can reduce the psyche of the Tigrayan population. There was also a deliberate use of starvation as a tool of war, where the government blocked any deliveries of essential services into Tigray, stopped any humanitarian assistance, and were burning down fields just to make sure that the Tigrayans were in like famine-like conditions. They also targeted healthcare facilities, destroying up to 97% of the hospitals and health institutions that existed in Tigray. 2 years later, the Tigray war came to an end with the signing of the Pretoria Agreement. But until today, the civilians are still enduring the brunt of that conflict. There's still mass displacement, with Tigrayans accounting for 38% of the displaced people in Ethiopia. 40% of Tigrayans have reported post-traumatic stress disorder, and a further 60% suffer from depression and anxiety. For lasting peace to be achieved, it's important to engage with the community at an individual level. And in our study, we used the conflict transformation theory, which posits that unresolved trauma fuels distress and cycles of violence. As we saw in Tigray, now the communities are still living with the trauma that they had gotten from the war. They live in fear and anxiety of the war restarting, and the uncertainty of losing their livelihoods and lacking a place to return to, even now, 2 years post the conflict. For our recommendations, we suggest integrating mental health in peace-building initiatives and incorporating more trauma-informed reconciliation programs. and supporting displaced populations, especially the ones who, like the both physical brunt to their bodies, like the amputees or the victims of the sexual abuse, and help them reintegrate into society more. And lastly, for peace to be able to last in the region, we need more justice and accountability for the perpetrators. To conclude, the war may have ended, but its wounds, both physical and mental, persist. Without addressing this trauma, peace will not last. And we can see it now within the Tigray leadership, where it's splintering into factions because they have distrust among themselves. And for the first time ever, we may see conflict between the Tigrayans themselves. This must be terrifying for the civilians, as they've barely got any time to move past what happened to them in the Tigray war, and now they have to live with the anxiety of impeding violence. The implementation of the Pretoria Agreement is slow, but has done very little to consider what the people of Tigray need. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabia. I think you raise a very critical point on memories of violence and how those memories become breeding grounds for future conflicts. And this happens at the national level, as you mentioned in the case of Ethiopia, but I think also locally when we have community conflicts. I think recently there was a big discussion on Kenyan social media about memories of 2007 and people who were affected at that time and the impact it had on them, and it continues to breed that kind of hatred that perhaps doesn't augur well for the future. So I want to invite questions for the next 10 minutes based on the 4 presentations that we've had. My colleague here will run around with the microphone. So please just raise your hand and you could direct the question to a specific presenter. Yes, there's a lady at the back.
Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Rehema Zaid. I'm a security analyst, and I think mine is more of a comment, and I think it's something that maybe Dr. Marigat or even each one of you will answer on your own on the issue of, I've listened to his presentation on the issue of unwillingness or an inability of the AU in the IGAD. If I got it right, I think when he was finishing, he said it's more of inability. But for me, based on how he started his presentation, I can say it is both. I don't know where is Dr. Marigat.
It's over here. It's okay.
Yes, I think sometimes we just need to not to sugarcoat so much if we really want to solve security issues. We just need, it's good we be diplomatic, but when we are in a safe space like this, because it's also an issue, an opportunity to reflect, it's also good somehow we mention it much as in a diplomatic way, but we mention it in a way that it is a platform to enable us come up with solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other comment or question? I don't see any hands. Yes, over here. Thank you.
My name is Brigadier Wambugu. I was a deputy force commander in Ethiopia-Eritrea force. And I want to thank the presenter of those conflict between Ethiopia-Eritrea and Eritrea-Tigray, Ethiopia-Tigray. Yeah. Now, it's an old conflict. Even the war that was fought, the Tigrayans from Ethiopia destroyed a lot of the infrastructure in Eritrea. So this Tigray conflict Eritrea was retaliating to do the same, to equalize. Now the conflict was between Meles, the prime minister, and Isaias Afwerki, who are buddies, but they went to war. And when the peace was agreed and they signed, Eritrea really built Tigray. The hospitals, the schools, the colleges, a lot of infrastructure. But Eritrea was left behind, and this was bound to happen. So these conflicts, they don't just appear one day. They are continuous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier. Any other last question? Okay, Dr. Kirui.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much. My question goes to, I think, Dr. Marigat and the second presenter, especially on regional mechanisms on peace. My question is, now that the US has prioritized this America First policy, which we have clearly seen that it is now being adopted by others also, where they are looking inward and limiting their involvement in multilateral mediations or whatever. Do you think the AU and the IGAD are likely even to be weaker now, especially in the Trump administration, even as states seek to look inward and reduce maybe their engagement in regional mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. There's a last question just behind you.
Thank you so much, Rafael Obonyo. Two questions, one to Marigat, who suggests that perhaps because IGAD and AU seem a bit inadequate in addressing some of these conflicts, it is better to factor in the idea of having individual countries mediating. But what are the railguards? How sustainable is that? What happens if that collapses? Is there, I mean, because if the AU is the one perhaps leading those mediations, if things collapse, there can still be some sort of fallback mechanisms. What's the fallback mechanism if an individual country fails to mediate? The second one is to Shem, especially on the issue of external players. Again, if we have the external players being the face of these mediations, what's the sustainability? Again, and I think just following what Dr. Kiruya said, what if they withdraw? What happens? Yet we know that in most cases, these external players seem to be more moneyed, better facilitated. What happens if they withdraw in any case? Again, so isn't it better to strengthen our own mechanism and that pushing AU and IGAD instead of relying on external players? Thanks.
Thank you, Rafael. I think we go to the panelists to respond. Dr. you start.
Thank you for wonderful questions. The first one is from Dr. Krui. The US and other, agencies or other countries are looking inwards. Is it likely to, what is going to the impact on this multilateral organization in Africa? Definitely, if you look at the budgets from, running IGAD and AU, and I think that's largely the problem in Africa. Even those multilateral, you'll find the budgets 80% are from foreigners, and that's why we keep on thinking of external interference. There's no free lunch. If somebody is giving you money, you must have, to pursue some of their goals. So it's a double-edged sword. Of course, most of the operations in the multilateral organizations are likely to reduce, and also same level of interference is also likely to reduce in the organizations. I don't have a hands at that. Obonyo is asking on the issues of surrounding bilateral in the individual countries mediating. I'll say there's no straight line. Where it works, sometimes it works. We've seen how Kenya mediated Sudan, South Sudan issues during the SPLM and al-Bashir regime, it worked. We've seen a hybrid where President Uhuru, because Kenya was welcomed as a neutral party, went in, but then finally covered under the umbrella of AU. So we can have a hybrid of that, where a country can go where possible, where multilateral organizations, if UN works itself, then the better, because ultimately what we are looking for is to resolve this problem. So if a country can go itself, it's the better. If you can have an hybrid system, the better. And if you can have, the multilateral organizations themselves going, that would be the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think now you're more forthright, as Madam there was saying, that you don't be too diplomatic. So I would invite Rabia. Do you have anything to respond to? No, not at all. Shem?
Yeah, you've raised a very critical element regarding conflicts in Africa. So you've asked what's the sustainability of these mediation efforts, bearing in mind that these external partners are well moneyed in this case. They have better resources. But I'm a strong believer of African solutions for African problems. Taking the example of Sudan, before they separated, when the peace process was signed in 2005, it was signed here in Kenya, and that's just an example of how the efforts that regional players, regional states can undertake to actually solve our issues. And just as Marigat has said, I might say that yes, African solutions for African problems, but at the end of the day, again, there are intricacies in terms of resolving these conflicts. And much as we might say that yes, we can solve our own problems, we also need the external players to try and push us to the next level. But deeply, I believe that African countries, African states, regional bodies should actually take the necessary step to actually solve our own problems and by extension now the conflicts that we are experiencing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to invite Abraham Minko. Abraham, can you hear us?
Yes, I can get you. Thank you very much. I hope you can get me as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the questions sections. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add an answer to those questions. The first question that was raised was related to GAD and diplomatic issues. So basically, I want to state that that's a point that has been always raised in the international affairs regarding the dependence of the African Union and also regional African organizations towards some international organizations such as the European Union and many others. So basically, it's quite difficult for an international organization such as the AU to make a decision without consulting their partners, their financial partners, and it makes things very difficult in the ground in terms of solving issues. And it's something that has been always raised within the AU, and unfortunately till now it makes things harder for African conflicts to be resolved by Africans, because there is nothing we can do as long as we are depending on others financially. And this issue has been raised for a while ago. And regarding the conflict between Ethiopia and Eritrea, it's a case among many others within the African continent. Unfortunately, we are always striving to rely on others in order to solve our own issues. And when we are relying on others to solve our own issues, the interests are always higher. The president of France a couple of years ago made a huge statement in the years of 90s he was saying that there is no friendship in international relations. There is only interest that matters. So whenever you are calling upon external actors, external aid, external help, we should always have in mind that they are not coming to help us with no interest. And most of the time, their interests are in years ahead of us. It means that it's a long-term goal interest that they are going out of the help they will give to us. So we made some recommendations and we are trying our best in terms of policy and mechanism. But unfortunately, it's not up to us because it's up to the senior officials who are working and who can make greater decisions for our various countries. And regarding the issues of Ethiopia and Eritrea, as the second commander who said he has worked in Ethiopia for a while before getting retired, we made some recommendations that the AU and IGAD should undertake institutional reforms to strengthen their capacity in conflict mediation, peace enforcement, and crisis response. And external actors should align their policies with regional peace efforts rather than deepening divisions through competing geopolitics. Because we realize that African countries, African leaders should realize that it's up to us to solve our own issues, and always relying on others will not help us in the long term. It's going to make things more difficult than it was. So personally, I believe that everything is possible as long as there is a political will. Unfortunately, as there is political will, as long as our leaders have it in mind.
For presentations. Thank you so much. We come back in 10 minutes. Huh? Journal. Start announcing about the journal. Sindio, so the one I came after the room. Yeah, I think once people come in, then that's the first thing I'm dealing with. Grace, Nitane, can I call people back? Yeah.
Yes.
Charles, yeah, the one online. Yeah. Oh, but they're not. But I don't know their names. So I can't mention. Yeah. Oh, yeah, to input, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's okay. But grow is here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. John, I can start, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to the third session. Can we settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third session. Can we settle down so that we can start? Can we settle down so that we can start? Thank you very much. Before we start, I would like to make two announcements. The first one is that the journal is available for sale downstairs, and each copy is going for 4,000 Kenya shillings. So I would like to encourage all of us to get ourselves a copy. It's downstairs, and there are colleagues down there that are handling that. Secondly, we have the feedback form. I think everybody's folder has this feedback form. So we request that you fill it in, give your details, and later hand it over to Grace Musolo, who is over here, so that the Mashariki Institute can be able to improve on their events. So I'd like now to go direct to session 3, which is going to tackle matters economy, political economy and governance. And the first presenter is Ms. Susan Handa, who is going to talk about analysis of Kenya's economic security debt and governance nexus, 2001 to 2023. Susan, karibu.
All right, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I did a research paper, and my research is on an analysis of Kenya's economic security, debt and governance nexus between 2001 and 2023. So in my paper, I looked at, basically looking at the governance and debt nexus, and looking at crucially to explain this, especially the funding context of that comes from debt to supplement domestic revenue, and also just to ensure development in the country. Now, we see from borrowing that excessive borrowing has led to, most of the time, an inability to deal with ideally some of the issues in the country, and we see some failures that come up are things like corruption. We are looking at problems within the context of fiscal policy, and also the idea that the debt burden is rising every other time. So the problem is looking at how governance practices have influenced Kenya's public debt and economic security. And I mainly used a structured approach in the methodology, and focused on only secondary data by scholarly works, reports, policy documents, and my case study also looked at a longitudinal study which covered 22 years, 2001 to 2023. Now, why this time? Because it captures about 3 to 4 governance contexts, whereby we have different regimes from 2001, where just immediately the Moi era was ending, to starting to 2002, all through the way to 2022. Now, my data, within the methodology, the data I mainly used was Afrobarometer, and the Afrobarometer data is public opinion data that gave me most of the statistical insights into governance and public perception of economic policies. Now, in the theoretical framework, I anchored my research on the debt overhang theory and the dependency theories. And with the debt overhang theory, it focuses on how a country either services its debt, and at the end of the day, within the context of literature, it basically explains how debt, or how the theory really views debt. And ideally, at the end of the day, we see that excessive debt spending, especially most of the time, focuses on the revenues on debt servicing rather than the development that the country needs. Then the dependency theory highlights the resilience of developing countries on the external funding, and this perpetuates that at the end of the day, economic dependency on the developed countries and international financial institutions for the countries that are developing are, at the end of the day, creates a kind of dependency and on external borrowing. So this also brings about issues when we talk about the fiscal policies, because then, for instance, a country like Kenya, over time, within the context of literature, we see that we are changing our we are changing our policies, our debt ceilings to fit into the borrowing that is happening. Now, in the literature analysis, I basically looked at more of literature within the context of governance, debt, landscape, and interrogating these perspectives, even with the theoretical frameworks. What really came out is that from the different thematic areas is that even from the borrowing, we are seeing that external debt really burdens have increased over time. From 2001 to 2021, which is normal, but ideally it has gone beyond sustainable levels within the country. Now, we've had institutions like the IMF, the World Bank. We've had other countries, and all of them since independence have been part of some of the financiers of Kenya. Now, within the context of so this has led to debt accumulation, and the trends have become really excessive, and this has shown also context of debt governance and debt accumulation. The world governance indicators across have shown measure across different dimensions, and one of them is corruption, control of corruption. Now, with the control of corruption and the government effectiveness, it brings out the idea that within the context of Kenya and the different political regimes that we've had over time, from the Moi era, we are seeing a lot of high debt, economic mismanagement, weak governance structures, going down to 2002 to 2003 to 2013 during Kibaki's time, where we have a lot of improved public debt management and fiscal responsibility. And then later on, we are moving to 2013 to 2022, where there's been a rapid debt accumulation due to ambitious infrastructure projects. And also around this time, there was a lot of implications because of the challenges that came with the ICC indictments, and this also impacted Kenya's international relations in a way. Now, we move to the present era, whereby there's a lot of focus on fiscal consolidation, but increasing public dissatisfaction, especially because of the tax policies. With some of I think from that we can look at the findings, whereby there was a lot of some of the questions that were asked were the description of the present economic condition in the country, also the policies, how they have benefited the people generally, how government is handling and fighting corruption in the different eras. And this is a round of questions over 22 years. And the last question that the research focused on was how do you expect the economic condition in the country to be better, to either to be better or worse within a few months. And the results basically focused on indicating, declining confidence in government's ability, especially in handling corruption and debt responsibility. There was also a problem, especially with the context of where government is so dependent on borrowing, and poor issues on poor governance and fiscal mismanagement, which at the end of the day worsened the impacts on debt, on economic stability. So within that, the results, the findings were focused on rising public debt, governance challenges, foreign borrowing trends that were not sustainable, and also public perception. Now, but then the recommendations would, from the study is basically to strengthen governance, the transparency, because of the lack of discipline, lack of accountability in enforcing anti-corruption measures, and also enhancing debt management and improving domestic revenue mobilization, and diversifying financial strategies, and also strengthening the institutional frameworks, especially in the context of fiscal policy implementation. So I concluded this research with, acknowledging that Kenya's debt situation has been unsustainable, and it also poses a risk within the context of economic stability or the economic security that the country is looking towards to, and the interplay, of course, within the aspect of poor governance and excessive borrowing is leading the country towards economic vulnerabilities. So at the end of the day, debt is necessary, but within the context of development, there's a context where it should be mismanagement, corruption, poor fiscal policies should be discouraged. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I think she's illuminated the problem of debt issues in Kenya. I think before we used to talk about the fact that the stealing of public resources was always in the budget, but increasingly we are talking about the stealing being in the debt, and Susan has done a good job to expound on that. So our next presenters is Charles Ijuye Dagogo, who is online. Yeah. And he's done this paper alongside several colleagues. And some of them include Ashara Dennis Awodei and Akinola. So I want to welcome Dr. Ijuye Dagogo to talk about addressing challenges and advancing growth. How can BRICS plus membership benefit Ethiopia? You're welcome, sir.
Hi, good morning, sir. Good morning from here. Thank you for having me. I hope you can all hear me.
Can you raise your voice a little bit or increase the volume?
Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but can you just be more loud a little bit?
Is it better now?
Yeah, slightly better. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if I could share my screen for my PowerPoint presentation.
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Charles Ijuye Dagogo. I'm a research consultant with a PhD in diplomacy and international studies from the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria. So today we're going to be discussing the challenges, addressing challenges and advancing growth in Ethiopia, how Ethiopia can benefit from its membership, the BRICS. So first of all, no island or no nation is an island, and nations are in a complex web of interest. Such groups like the BRICS, which is a geopolitical group, provides a niche for developing countries to negotiate their interests outside the Western-dominated global economic order. BRICS was founded in 2009/10, depending on when South Africa joined the organization, and Ethiopia officially joined just last year, January 1st. And the aim of this study, or the primary research question, is how can Ethiopia utilize its membership to address its socioeconomic challenges. So we set this study on the development state paradigm as a theoretical framework. So what's the development state paradigm? It is an idea or a philosophy where you carry out policies that are in between the free markets and the centrally planned economic system. Ethiopia adopted this policy in 1991, and then we look at its membership to BRICS as a means to strengthen this policy. This study used a case study design grounded in the pragmatic philosophy. We conducted semi-structured interviews with scholars in international relations from Ethiopia and also a member of a civil society organization that promotes BRICS in Africa, or Africa's state membership BRICS rather. So the study, the data collected was analyzed using of ethical issues in the research in terms of confidentiality and anonymity. So we move to what is the nature of BRICS. BRICS, as I said earlier, founded between in 2009 and South Africa joined in 2010. It accounts for 45% of the global population. Trade, as at 2023, I believe, it's over $300 billion. This is a huge market for members to benefit from, particularly African members. And also, its institution, the New Development Bank for Infrastructure, helps finance certain levels of infrastructure and sustainable development projects. Now, what are the challenges Ethiopia faces in terms of economic stability? Now, following the developmental state policy in 1991, Ethiopia experienced some levels of growth. GDP has steadily grown at 10% between 2004 and 2019, but it faces issues with inflation, which averages 27.1% between 2020 and 2024. And also the recent conflict in the Tigray region has also left a humanitarian crisis in its stead. External debts are still as high as 35%. So what does Ethiopia stands to benefit from BRICS? Economically, Ethiopia can, benefit increased foreign direct investment from China and India, particularly in its agricultural sector, its infrastructure, and industries. It has the opportunity to access funding from the New Development Bank for its infrastructure, particularly the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which is about 90% complete, but not fully completed at the moment. And also, trade volumes in just this recent period of membership has increased, particularly to China. China has, volume of coffee which China imports has grown to 45% just within this 1 year of membership. Now, politically, a membership to BRICS gives Ethiopia a stronger voice in global politics, particularly in issues, recently, although BRICS did not give an official statement concerning the Russia-Ukraine issue, in other cases in Syria, they made their voice known. And in cases of climate change and climate issues, BRICS has its own position on it. And also, a membership enhances Ethiopia's authority in African Union. It gives it a louder voice. It gives it, like I said, complex web of interest, where the interests are aligned between Africa and BRICS. Ethiopia and its fellow African members can be the mouthpiece within the organization, pending when more African countries join the BRICS. So now, what are the strategies we recommend for Ethiopia to harness its BRICS membership? Now, membership to BRICS gives you the opportunity for bilateral negotiations with individual BRICS members, because you now have a broader interest as BRICS on its own, as a whole. And then you could negotiate with China in terms of partnering with its Belt and Road Initiative individually. You can negotiate with India and also Brazil, which has a strong tropical agricultural system. It developed an advanced tropical agricultural system, which would also help Ethiopia, which is a agrarian nation for. Also, the access to resources from the National Development Bank, which is a multilateral thing. Then stronger partnership with South Africa, Egypt, like I said earlier, with South Africa and Egypt to promote an African agenda within BRICS. Now, the BRICS also gives, the strategies also include a multilateral approach to using the same BRICS platform to advocate for reforms within the IMF and World Bank for fairer conditions for developing countries. So in conclusion, the benefits of BRICS aligns with Ethiopia's development policy, and a strong bilateral, multilateral negotiation strategy is necessary for it to pursue both its individual interests as a member and as a geopolitical and economic coalition as a whole. So thank you very much. With questions. Can you hear me, please?
Thank you so much. Thank you for a very illuminating presentation on BRICS and Ethiopia. I want us to go to the next presentation by Ms. Jane Jean Jebiwot-Tor, who is going to talk about challenging narratives, youth patriotism in Eastern Africa. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane Jean Tor, and I'm very honored to stand before you today and make a presentation on challenging the narratives, youth activism, and reconceptualization of patriotism in East Africa region. And the study will focus on 3 Eastern African countries, that is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the study relied on secondary data, and this study aimed at answering the overarching question on how Eastern African youth are reconceptualizing patriotism in their respective countries. So the growing youth bulge globally has had a double-edged sword for many countries, both as a social, bringing about social and economic benefits, as well as presenting security and governance challenges. For instance, in Eastern Africa region, where governments are struggling, we see governments trying to meet services for citizens, giving better education or public health services, and in return, the citizens, because these governments are struggling, because of the maybe financial challenges, the youth come up with agitations. They are dissatisfied. They are they present some disaffection, and they in turn result into protests. They do demonstrations in order to air their grievances. And the youth in this aspect, therefore, can do these agitations in various forms, like they can do it online in the digital space, or they do it physically through demonstrations, the way they've been seeing them in streets, presenting their grievances. Eastern Africa region is not very unique to such agitations or protests, and the region, which comprises of a very youthful population of about 150 youth, whereby 45% are below the age of 15 years, and 28% aged between 15 and 24 years, have had a lot of issues to do with addressing youth issues, and as a result, there is that agitation. Therefore, in this perspective, we can see that youth activism, through the hybrid activism, where there is online and offline use of platforms, the youth are trying to bring about social change into the education, change into the laws of their nations, and change into even the environmental and very other aspects in their respective countries. And therefore, this study aims at looking at how now these youth are trying to reconceptualize patriotism in the respective countries. The concept of patriotism has very many multifaceted definitions and or forms. We have what we call blind military or authoritarian patriotism. This is whereby the citizens of a country are not questioning It's manifested through unquestioning loyalty to the nation's policies. The citizens here don't question any policies that the government brings on board. And then in the symbolic patriotism, national values and symbols are exposed without criticism. And here, the state and the flag are the chief priority. And then the other form of patriotism is what we call constructive, social, and democratic patriotism. This type of patriotism adopts criticism of policies, government agendas. People try to look at into the gaps that are there. Other debates also have shown that patriotism also takes various forms. We have what we call egocentric patriotism, and this one is manifested by citizens loving their country because it is their country. And in this aspect, they don't look at the nation's achievement, merit, or importance. While in the value-based, this is where citizens love for their country because of their attainments. What is this that the country is giving them? And they often focus on the question, what is the nation's contributions to me? And in this type of value-based patriotism, if the state does not fulfill the citizens' needs, the patriotism in this aspect becomes immaterial and superficial. Therefore, from this study, some of the key findings that we were able to establish include Eastern African youth depend on civic engagement in form of digital activism in reconceptualization of patriotism. We are seeing the youth in Eastern Africa are growing in an environment that has been marred by tribalism, an environment that has been marred by weak governance. And in this environment, most of the leaders have self-interest, they have individualism behaviors, and they project behaviors, dishonest behaviors. They show the youth that to attain status, to attain certain privileges or power, you have to be corrupt, you need to be self-centric, you have to accumulate wealth and some status through dishonest means. And then, therefore, the youth are challenging this form of patriotism through criticism by engaging in civic engagements, whereby they are utilizing the civic space, the digital platforms, to rally support of other like-minded youth, to educate them, and also on issues concerning their rights as citizens. So the youth are moving from traditional form of patriotism into the digital space. We are seeing the youth creating hashtags, like for example, in last year's Gen Z protests, in June 2024, we saw the youth coming up with hashtags such as Anguka Nayo, Reject Finance Bill, and they were educating youth and the populace on the tax policies. They were just dissecting all this finance bill. Therefore, also in Uganda, we saw that the happenings in Kenya impacted on the region. And Uganda, there was peaceful march in July 2024, whereby the youth also were also agitating on issues to do with human rights, electoral reforms, tackling of youth unemployment, and combating of patriotism, corruption, sorry. So in both countries, Kenya and Uganda, we are seeing that youth are showing love for their countries by engaging in sort of social change, advocating for change, and political change. So there's also this other finding. We're seeing that there is an emergence of new form of patriotism, movement from traditional forms to new ways. Initially, there's a shift from traditional forms of patriotism in form of protest songs. And patriotism was linked to a certain ethnic group, political party or politician. But currently we are seeing a shift. We are seeing the civic engagement by the youth. We are seeing peaceful demonstrations through wearing of stylish apparel. We are seeing people carrying placards. We are seeing they are carrying whistles. They are conducting peaceful sit-ins and marches in cities. And for this particular emerging new form of patriotism, we are seeing the youth here are saying that they are partyless, they are tribalist, and they are leaderless. So there is that emergent, there's a shift. Like here, we are seeing the youth from this, we are seeing the youth are very resilient. they're coming out. They are very, with that strength, they want to show some social change. They want to change the status quo of what has been happening around. And then this study, therefore, recommends that the study has ascertained that the youth are vital in political and social change, and they bring fresh perspective, they bring new energy to the subjects they care about. And therefore, this study recommends that because these youth feel like they are being left out of the decision making, so there is a need to move from the normal physical participation to the digital participation by introducing what we call e-voting on policies, e-voting on issues that affect also the youth, because these youth are techno-savvy, and they have moved from being physical and to the online platform. We are seeing they are using a lot of the digital platform to agitate issues. So there is the need of introducing the e-voting to permit them also to vote on issues. And then another one is that there's a need to set up youth advisory boards to advise on issues impacting the youth. There is need for more effort, and those bodies to be strengthened even to the grassroots levels, so that the government and the other international organizations and other actors are able to get what the youth are talking about at the grassroots. Another thing is there is need to enhance patriotism among the youth. This can be done through patriotic education within the Eastern African education curriculum. An assessment of the education system within the region showed that education system focused so much on citizenship education, where it emphasizes on how to be a responsible citizen and not moving into the new forms of patriotism that you are seeing. They are moving to the digital space. So there is need for a change, or also that to be enhanced in the education curriculum. And then also the Eastern African government and institution may need to involve youth in patriotic activities. And apart from that, they need to act as role model. We are seeing they are working in an environment that is so not very good in terms of weak governance and tribalism and all those other behaviors. And therefore, in conclusion, this study shows that Eastern Africa region is a region that has a lot of youthful population that needs to be tapped or leveraged upon, so that they can be of great importance to national building, and that this can be done by leaders acting as role models to the youth. And also we're seeing that the digital platform also are redefining patriotism by giving youth a space to rally behind individuals to their cause. And also in conclusion, so this is an iceberg. So this iceberg shows at the top of the iceberg the small part we are seeing use. So this iceberg shows at the top of the iceberg the small part we are seeing use. Underneath the iceberg, there are a lot of issues that we are talking about.
Thank you very much, Jen. I think it's a very interesting take on the moving narratives of patriotism. It reminds me of actions. Karibu.
All right, thank you very much. As you've heard, this paper was prepared by myself with my colleagues, Dr. Richard Ocheng, Dr. Bornes Korir, and Ms. Dorcas Kulu. All protocol observed. I'm going to go straight away to my topic. It sounds very much a continuation of the presenter who was here, and therefore my work is going to be quite easy. It's only that our team was looking at digital democracy dilemmas during Kenya's 2022 general elections, focusing on disinformation, hate messages to general elections, and digitally enabled security threats. Now, this paper, I want to avoid going so much into the methodology bit of it or the theory bit of it so that I can focus on really the findings of the paper. Well, in 2023, from around to around December of 20, terms of elections and disputes, especially algorithms. So it tends to bring in a lot of polarization, and it is more to do with, understanding of issues superficially as opposed to actually enabling the person or the person who is engaging to exercise independent thought. Another one also is that it may improve inclusivity, especially if you are to imagine that access to digital platforms is going to be, equitable enough. Then it means that even far-flung areas who would be difficult to be reached would again be able to participate in that. But as much as the digital platform is giving us those opportunities, what are the risks involved? One is polarization of the electorate. Now, without going into much details about this, there is a study which was done by Spring and another team in Germany, although it was focusing so much on developed countries. But whether in developed countries or developing countries, digitization generally increases polarization. And how does that happen? It happens because it doesn't encourage critical analysis of the information that is being shared. And therefore, those who will be leaning, say, to the opposition are likely to believe what they are sharing in the opposition platform. And those perhaps who are in government, for example, will also be believing that what they're actually sharing is true. So it doesn't encourage a critical analysis of the information. And that is how the polarization actually happens. So that one becomes a risk. Because in the long run, you have an electorate that may not be willing to engage and even listen to the other side because of the perception or the belief that what they are believing is actually right. So that is how digitization encourages polarization. Secondly is the issue of hate messages, and which spread quite easily. And here, of course, in democracies like ours, where before, especially prior to 2024, our voting patterns has largely been ethnic informed, so to speak. It is mobilization by politicians is around their ethnicities. Although that is likely to change, as we saw during the, during the last protest, which I'll come to shortly. But again, hate messages are going to have a platform where they can easily spread quickly, because again, digital democracy allows, the information to move pretty fast. So there is again the danger of transferring offline behavior into online, or online behavior moving offline. So that if it was ethnicity, if the person who is going to be typing is going to be, say, ethnically motivated, then they are going to transfer that one into the online platform, if it was about to encourage hate messages against communities and so on, and vice versa. So again, that one becomes a real risk. Misinformation and disinformation is another one, pretty much related to that. It is only that here, you are going to have a lot of misinformation and disinformation, especially in where you can easily have a video, of a particular person who is supposedly having, the video is edited, of course, through very advanced technologies, and you would actually believe that very difficult to actually detect that. So you can imagine if you are to have that in a charged electoral contest, you can imagine the kind of the impact it's likely to cause. In January 2021, you remember the Capitol Hill, attack in the US, where, the populists and especially the conservatives in the US who are mostly thought that rigging is perhaps associated with third world countries, and how misinformation and disinformation can actually make people or the electorate be convinced that their victory has actually been stolen. And sometimes it may not necessarily be the case. Cases of data privacy concerns in terms of when the youth, for example, like what Jen was talking about here, when the youth engage in, in this activism, online activism. Privacy concerns, although we have a law that allows us data protection, we have a law, computer misuse 2018 and so on. But again, questions about the risk is also surveillance by the state agencies, especially against those who are perceived to be anti-establishment. How safe are they in terms of their views about particular opinions, which may not necessarily be popular at that particular time? How safe are they in that environment? Because again, digital technologies again can be used to spy, especially on on dissidents or people who are perceived to be maybe promoting ideas that are not perceived to be state-friendly. That again becomes to encourage them to participate in what she was talking about, patriotism. But on the other hand, how safe are they to do that, especially if they are not breaking any law? Another risk is internet shutdown. Luckily for us in Kenya, we haven't gone that much to the levels of internet shutdown, but our neighboring countries, if you look at the last elections in Uganda, last election in Tanzania, and so on, you are going to see either total shutdown or a complete downtown in terms of reduction in terms of access, especially to social media platforms. Because again, the question is, of course, the government must always be in a position to be comfortable about the information that is being shared outside there. But on the other hand, are they able to actually do that? Because most of the social media platforms are by big tech companies. And sometimes they have not introduced enough regulatory frameworks, especially for us who are in countries like in Kenya. Confidence in IEBC and other electoral bodies is another independent election. What is the likelihood that people will believe the results and count them as fair, as credible, as verifiable? That one becomes a question. And finally, we said that, of course, the fear of digital electoral rigging or tampering, especially also from the big tech. Now, the tech space is not very neutral, as sometimes we believe to be neutral. Because again, these are going to be, the messages are going to be crafted. I don't know whether you've heard about Cambridge Analytica, for example. It was mentioned during the election of 2017 and in other places, where they believe that big tech companies have a big and a huge influence in terms of voter behavior and how people, perceive, who is popular candidate. Again, because you also don't want to have a situation where the democracy has actually been replaced by the big tech companies. In the US, for example, the increasing role of Elon Musk, for example, in the last election, of course, you have seen the debate around it and really talking about the role of big tech and their neutrality when it comes to especially the digital democracy space. What are the conclusions and the recommendations? We had 3 of them. One is to sensitize the electorate or the public on the dilemmas of digital democracy, for them to have an understanding that, yes, this is a space, whether it is in WhatsApp, in X space, and so on, that can allow you to ventilate on electoral matters and so on, but so that they're also aware of the risks. Misinformation, for example, disinformation, privacy, data privacy concerns, the spread of hate messages and so on is a real big thing, which requires a lot of attention, sensitizing especially the electorate. And this can be done not only by the IEBC, but other state and non-state actors, for them to appreciate the dilemmas that come with digital democracy. Second recommendation is to safeguard against external interference by big tech to manipulate or influence voter behavior. This is also something that I've already alluded to. There is need to actually ensure that the digital space, the digital democracy space, is neutral to an extent that, yes, we can encourage people to participate, to engage, to share information about, the contestants, the candidates, and so on and so forth, but to do it in a safe space so that they are aware that there are also, attempts, sometimes even by external actors, to actually influence their voter behavior. And finally, the need to improve digital infrastructure of electoral bodies like IEBC, because we were looking at Kenya, to make the elections fair, transparent, and verifiable. Of course, this is not to say that those elections have not been fair, transparent, and verifiable, but again, to address the issues which sometimes are raised, especially by, by those who challenge elections in the Supreme Court for the presidential contestants, and even in other levels, so that the whole process is clearly fair, transparent, and verifiable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. I think your paper is very interesting. It raises a lot of questions about our digital democracy, the participation of youth on social media. For me, I'm wondering whether Kenyan youth really believe in this democracy thing. I really wonder whether digital or not. And I'm giving an example of the rising cancel culture. Recently, 2 people were on a podcast, previously Andrew Kibe, and even the presenters, the podcasters themselves left the the podcast, because they didn't like the fact that he participated in supporting government during Mandamano. Last week, Kasmuel Makoure was totally cancelled for having now become a government supporter. So digital democracy, it sounds very lofty, sounds very nice. I have my doubts, but thank you so much. All right. Okay. So I just want to remind us that there's a feedback form over here. I'd ask us to fill it in and later hand it over to Grace. Grace is seated over here. And also that we have the journal, hard copy journal downstairs that is being sold at Kenya shillings 4,000. So we encourage all participants to get themselves a copy. We are going to go into the Q&A of this session, and therefore I invite questions from the room. So put up your hand and perhaps, yes. Just introduce yourself and who the question is directed to.
Thank you. My name is Leonard Wanyama. I am from the International Relations Society of Kenya. I think I just wanted to first congratulate Mashariki for this endeavor. I'm quite impressed with this session because it speaks to a lot of the alternative spaces that exist in kind of what I'd say is the modernist perspective, and kind of drawing the issues about the domestic condition and how the country and the region kind of positions itself internationally. To combine all three, my sentiments are about, and also kind of touching on your doubts on digital democracy. I think if you draw from the challenges emerging from the economy and linking to patriotism and the perspectives on it, I think there is a shift in the sense that it's mainly a question of very transactional expectations. There is no emotional quotient to that about love of flag and country or crown and so forth. That really is not the concern, particularly for the younger generation. Essentially, then that means maybe the national security agendas of countries like Kenya must work to have an accompanying civil protection agenda. What do I mean? I mean, the questions of having effective service delivery, the questions of having effective emergency response, and the questions of having effective administrative processes will help those conversations, because your patriotism dips when there is no service delivery, because it's what's in it for me in the services. It dips when you're in trouble because there is an emergency, the floods, the drainage is blocked, your car is swept away, and the frustrations when you're in a government office. And you ask yourself, what really am I gaining out of this? A question of what does your country do for you in good times, bad times, and all times? And so when we look at now the digital question, you find the critical aspect is removed because it amplifies emotional concerns. And all the way to the fact that you can't even call this radical action, but it is rabid action. And so I would say that with that in mind, we should really look at, particularly on the digital side, when the emotional quotient is high, there should be consistent transparency and accountability for every action through the processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanyama. Any other question or comment? Give it to Professor.
My name's Philip Nyinguro. I work with the University of Nairobi. Now, I just want to raise some issues there. First of all, I will mostly criticize, but I must give you a feel good that the papers are very good, the presentations are very good. Yeah. Now, there are three issues here. I think one was one which also feeds into the other papers, local solutions for local problems. I think we should try to interrogate to what extent in a globalized world, in a world which is now characterized by globalization, where problems and solutions are also majorly globalized. So to what extent can the AU or IGAD provide local solutions for local problems? I think that one is for researchers who are going. Secondly, again, there was a presenter who presented on RICS, I think from Ethiopia. Now, I'm very pessimistic. Yeah. Okay, we are supposed to be optimistic, but one does not eat optimism. I'm very pessimistic about the potential benefits that BRICS holds for Africa and even other third world areas like Latin America and others. Why so? Not that it cannot benefit Africa, but in the current international economic, in the current global economy. You remember the fall of NEO, the new international economic order, which fell in 1974, when third world countries represented by non-aligned movement, the group of 77 were and others were agitating for a new international economic order. Now, this means that we are still in the old economic order. And what are the characteristics of this economic order, global economic order, and what opportunities does it hold for us? Because so long as the global institutions, economic institutions remain in the hands of, under the control of these core countries, the donors, those giving us aid, the OECD and others, how sure are we that with the BRICS, now that African countries, we have been too romantic when embracing this thing of practice, and we are not asking very hard questions here. Yeah, because BRICS will not be horizontal. It is not horizontal at all. Just like the global economic order is not horizontal, it is still vertical. Because it is still dominated by, you have there the dominant groups like Russia and others. I'm sorry if there's Russia here. I'm trying to be diplomatic, so I'll not name them. Yeah. So, Russia, China, and others. So if we have not been able to benefit enough from the current global economic order, of course, what people normally say that when you talk about BRICS, we are saying we are going to BRICS because, you know, the US dominated the IMF and World Bank and others. So I just want to pose a question here that under what conditions, huh? Yeah, I think the right thing is, under what conditions can African countries benefit from BRICS? Yeah, because still, BRICS is still about resource extraction. Yeah, it is still about resource extraction. The same way that the Lobito, I think the Lobito, the U.S. rushed there. In fact, the last act the last international action that Biden took was to visit Mozambique. Yeah, and yes, so long as African countries or Latin American countries are still just commodity producers, it may not be possible for us to benefit. We can only benefit from BRICS if there's a change in the fundamentals of international economic order. Let me just not go too much, not turn you into my class. Let me end by actually decrying the lack of firm theoretical and conceptual frameworks for analyzing our problems here. Yeah, because what I've noticed, not only here, in fact, it's now even in the world over. You read journals, yeah, you find that, there's less interest in theory and conceptual frameworks. Why do I say so? You see, this like the IMF, it is very easy to criticize IMF and World Bank. But the IMF and the World Bank, when they are designing strategies for theory, so it is high time that researchers like us, and we are very capable, it is important that we go into theory, even when we have evidence-based research. Evidence-based research that helps communities are researches based firmly anchored on theoretical and conceptual frameworks. Lastly, you see these structural adjustment programs, when they came to Africa, African scholars, Peter Nyanyongo, Samir Amin, there was also Munene, remembers very much Walter Rodney, even though Walter Rodney was killed before the structural adjustment programs. They raised these issues. Aite of Ghana raised these issues, that these things will not work. And they were raising issues based on theory. Their own leaders. Actually, many scholars were even arrested. Some were expelled from universities because they are criticizing these good things of IMF and World Bank. The same leaders are now raising the same issues which these scholars who based their criticism on theory raised them. So I think we should avoid producing fast food academics, fast food researchers, who just go for what works the rest. Okay, so I rest my case there.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think, okay. Thank you so much. We go to Dr. Sitawa. At the other end.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to pose my question. The name is Michael Sitawa. I'm a researcher with the Institute for Security Studies under the ENACT program as well as the CSO SSG program. Civil Society Organization Security Sector Governance Program. We carried out a research study in 4 countries, South Africa, Kenya, Cameroon, and Ghana, looking at some of the issues on how to plug in CSO engagement in security sector governance. What came out, if I may focus on Kenya, is that there is only one organization, security sector organizations, that came out clean, and that was the military, for various reasons. 1, exercising very high level of professionalism. 2, very limited contact with the population. And 3, being very robust in terms of PR, what you call military assistance to civilian authorities. How did the others rate? They were quite dismal, and there were various concerns, speaking impartially, on the part of the youth. They felt that they had been failed. But on the part of the other security sector actors in government, the feeling was that the youth and the civil society lack the decorum to engage. You've just mentioned AI and some of the videos that we see circulating. We can mention some of the nicknames that our leaders have, all the way from the head of state to the deputy president, and name it. The latest I saw was that Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga is now going to vie for the job of the Pope. I think, and from the study, it showed that the government feels that the youth have overshot it. And I would like to quote the word by my friend Wafula, that the attacks are rabid. And out of that, the government feels it has been pushed into self-preservation mode. Elections being in 2027, the government is already strategizing on how to maintain power because of the rather abrasive approach that the youth have taken. So my question to the second last presenter, do you feel that we need to capacity build our youth on how to engage the governments in a manner that is civilized and rational, so that we all cite Isaiah 1:17? Somebody say amen. Come, let us reason together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I think a round of applause to everyone. Okay, so I'll invite responses from Susan. Do you want to respond to anything? No? And then I'll go to Dr. Ijue Dagogo, who is online. And he has online with him a few other colleagues that co-wrote the paper. Dr. Dagogo, do you want to respond to the question of BRICS?
Okay, yes, I'm here. My colleague is also here. He would like to respond as well.
Go ahead, please.
Are you there, Dennis?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I want to thank you all for this opportunity, and then quickly respond to the question on how Africa can, I didn't really get it very well, but I am sure the idea is around how Africa can define its membership. And I believe that this question is centered around Africa's interest and ability to defend its interests in the membership of the BRICS. And then I will want to, first of all, state that Africa's interests in the BRICS, of course, should be defined by its interests, its national interests, or the national interests of the states. For example, our paper talked about Ethiopia. And it is these interests that should guide Africa's membership negotiations. Like our people talked about the importance of bilateral negotiations, bilateral relationships with other members or individual members of the BRICS. This is very important. For example, in the case of Ethiopia, which has, as shown in the paper, which has faced a lot of economic and social crises, such as violent conflicts, which has also led to increased humanitarian crisis. And then we are of the opinion that through increased bilateral relations, which should be well defined in its interest, through increased bilateral relations with members and the commitment to the objectives of the BRICS, Ethiopia can, one, be able to make improved social and economic progress. This is an era of interdependence. No country can survive alone. Even Donald Trump has shown to the world that even the United States cannot survive alone. And that is why, if you look at what is happening in the policies of the United States, there are internal issues regarding the posture of the president's policies. And then we want to state that because of the importance of interdependence and the peculiarity of our problems, we cannot shy away from the fact that we need to redefine, we need to reevaluate our relationship, our international relations, especially with the developed and industrialized countries. So we are of the opinion that a country like Ethiopia, and of course my country, recently has found or discovered the importance of being in the BRICS. I mean, Nigeria, being a member of the BRICS. And I think there is a proposal for its membership there now. And then we also believe that Ethiopia's membership or Africa's membership of the BRICS will lead to reduced rates of violent conflicts due to improved standard of living and the spread of developments, which naturally or normally should emanate from this relationship. And of course, reduced humanitarian crisis. And when we talk of humanitarian crisis, this is a product of not just human or mass human development, but also a failure in the management processes, a failure in the funding, a failure in the manpower resources necessary for the management of humanitarian crisis emanating from violent conflicts and, of course, drafts. So we believe that these should be the defining points of Africa's membership of the BRICS. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have...
I don't know whether my colleague has any other thing to say.
Yes. Dr. Dagogo, do you want to go ahead? Yeah.
So I understand the professor's skepticism about membership to BRICS because of the power differences.
Could you increase the volume so that we can hear you? Please increase the volume a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I understand the skepticism from the professor regarding the power differences within the BRICS. But at this point, BRICS is providing an alternative. And it's good to have more options when you're dealing, with other states' international system. So BRICS give you the alternative and focuses on what is more important, which is trade, your economy. The Western dominated system focuses more on aid and a lot of structural adjustments. But BRICS primarily focuses on trade. You see opportunities for currency swap in trade. You don't need to round trip your currency with the dollar just because you want to trade with maybe Brazil, for example, or China. But recently, China and Nigeria, we had a currency swap agreement where we can easily now, use the Chinese currency to buy things from China. They can use Naira to buy from, we don't need to round trip our money. Then the proposal for a single currency is also another opportunity. But above all, yes, we still have, it's still about resources, but we need to work with what we have, because we are not there yet, we're on the journey. So if we can exploit the opportunities for technology transfer also in BRICS, exploit the opportunities for increased trade, because trade supersedes aid on top any metrics. Trade is what most African countries need, because you need those resources, you need those foreign exchange coming into your country to get to where we are going to. So if we can exploit all that, while having the leverage, because now you're a member of BRICS, so your negotiations with IMF and the rest, has that in consideration, that yes, I have an alternative. Yes, I'm not wholly bound to the policies of, the Western dominated systems. So these opportunities are there, and we just have to work with it, despite the power differences or dominance of Russia. And we need to be very strategic in agreements. We need to negotiate from comparative advantages that we have. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dagogo. I think I want to go to Jean. The questions about whether youth activism is rabid and whether they need a bit of capacity building. That came from Mr. Wanyama and Dr. Sitawa.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think youth activism is rapid, yes. And from the various forms of patriotism, we saw I came up with there was one on democratic, social, and constructive patriotism, whereby people try to criticize government policies. And for the value-based type of patriotism, we are looking at citizens saying that in order for the government to win support or to be applauded, it must be able to show that it is worthy of that. Therefore, youth digital patriotism entails the use of digital tools to rally support, to roll support, to create awareness, and to also to educate the populace. Therefore, I think this is the question on whether the youth need capacity building on digital engagement is a two-way thing. Because from the democratic view of patriotism, they are challenging the status quo. And we are looking at the youth as a new energy that is coming on board to also assist the subjects they care about in bringing about good governance to the country. Therefore, this is a two-way thing. If the government is not able to show the worthiness of being able to be to gain loyalty from the citizens, therefore the youth will push the government. They will push the government and engage in digital engagements. And from last year's youth protest by the Gen Z, we saw the president even engaging the youth in town hall meetings. Even he went to the X space where they had discussions with the youth. So this is a two-way thing. Also, the government may need also to be capacity built, for me, according to me also, because we are saying that these youth are growing in an environment that is not very good in terms of weak governance. There's a lot of weak governance and issues to do with maybe dishonest behaviors, corruption. So the youth are likely to pick such characters. So the government needs to also be capacity built and also to ensure that the people who are taking up positions in various institutions of governance are people of good integrity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, Dr. Kirui, you have 30 seconds to respond on these issues of council culture, and then we move to the next part of the program.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I think, like has rightly been said by Jane, in Europe, there is a movement which was started by youths known as Friday Futures. They were pushing for climate action. generally led by very young people. And so when you look at the median age, not just in Kenya, but also in Africa, you will actually appreciate that the youths are going to have a more robust and a more say in terms of government decision-making process. In terms of whether the way they push it is actually aligning with, with what we are always used to, what I would call the status quo. That is, that's a discussion that we can always have. But again, remember we are dealing with, young people, generally socialized in terms of the global culture. So in terms of what I think Dr. Sestawa was talking about, it's a view that is more state-centric, and it is more to do with how maybe government, the power is more within the state. But I think as I finalize, I agree with what one of the speakers mentioned about. Yes, there is need for governments to be responsive towards the youth, so that it can justify its existence and be able to moderate, so that youths can feel quite comfortable in the space and ensure that they're able to articulate their issues within the platform that is provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much to everyone for participating in this session. A round of applause to the presenters. We now move to the last session of today, session 4, where we are going to have the official launch of the Mashariki Research and Policy Center website. I invite John to come over here.
Distinguished colleagues, sorry it's taken a bit of time to come to this level, but we'll try and finish in the next 7 minutes actually, or 10 at most. We'll do a very quick showcasing of our new website in a minute. Do you have that ready? Okay, so we'll showcase the new one for just a second and then move the old one, and now move to the new one, right? So the old one looks like that, and I'm sure you've interacted with it for a bit of time. And now we are shifting to a new one, the new landing page. The only little difference that you could note there is that we're retaining the motto, which is toward the secure and prosperous region, but now shifting our focus to providing our clients with insights derived from forecasting, trend analysis, simulations, and scenario development to anticipate future threats. So we invite you to interact with the new website, but also the program areas, yeah? Thank you very much. Thank you to our participants. We'll just now do a very quick, closing remarks. We now move to the closing remarks, which will be delivered by Ambassador David Gasheru, who is our board member. He's joining us virtually from Washington, I believe. So, Ambassador Gasheru, are you online?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead and to deliver your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I really enjoyed the show. I've been watching it all night. Thank you. Our chief guest, IG retired Honorable Joseph Bonnet, in lieu of Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, National Security Advisor to the President, Excellencies, senior government officials present, distinguished speakers, authors, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Washington. As we wrap up this landmark occasion, it is indeed my pleasure to deliver the closing remarks on behalf of Mashariki Research Policy Center. Today marks a significant milestone as we officially launch the Mashariki Security Journal. The journal serves as a strategic platform for rigorous research, policy engagement, scholarly discourse on peace and security in East Africa. It provides a critical knowledge base for shaping regional security discourse and informing policy decision by addressing key challenges, including state fragility, transnational threats, environmental security, and governance dynamics within the region. On behalf of MRPC, I extend my deepest appreciation to all who have enriched today's discussion on Mashariki Security Journal. In particular, we are grateful to our distinguished speakers, authors, and participants, both in person and online, whose insight and engagement have enriched this inauguration. As we mark this important occasion, we take a moment to reflect on the remarkable milestone MRP has achieved in just 1 year since established in 2024. Over the period, the center has made significant contribution to research and policy through its 5 core programs: trade development, climate change, the environment, technology, and governance. This launch is just a celebration of how far we have come, but an affirmation of our commitment to freedoms, turning research work, and driving impact of policy. I'm also happy to mention that hopefully this summer we'll be in a position where we can say we are launching our office in Washington, D.C., where we will continue, as Dr. Juma's speech really emphasized, the capacity to scale up our technology and services, and we hope to have the whole team again representing us. As we officially unveil MRPC's fund website, shaped by a comprehensive evaluation of our impact and reach, we look forward to broadening our engagement and amplifying our contribution to global policy discussions. However, success is ultimately measured by how this knowledge is applied. The security landscape is rapidly evolving, demanding proactive, innovative, and collaborative approaches. In this regard, the Center remains steadfast in supporting state and non-state actors in developing solutions that will contribute to a more peaceful and prosperous Eastern African region. Finally, I extend my heartfelt salutation to Mashariki Research and Policy Center led by Brigadier Dr. Robert Kavage for their exceptional coordination and commitment in organizing this event. Your efforts have provided a platform for insightful, impactful discussions. MRPC remains committed to expanding this discussion, bridging research with policy, and fostering knowledge-driven solutions for regional and security and development. Let us carry today's momentum forward by applying insights, strengthening partnership, and building on a valuable discussion initiated here. As you transition to the networking launch, I encourage you to connect, collaborate, and build upon the discussion we have shared. Wish you all an enjoyable afternoon, safe travels, and success in your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Balozi, for those closing remarks. As the CEO mentioned, this being a mark of our first anniversary, we have a cake just to share with colleagues who came here today. I know the cake is now standing between us and lunch, yeah? And lunch is served downstairs. Please enjoy lunch, and we have a bit of time. Apologies, we overran our time by a bit. So I'll invite Felicitas to showcase this, and also our CEO to formally cut the cake and distribute it across very, very quickly. Nancy and the team, maybe you could come up to help with this so that every table has some quick bite, and then we can all proceed downstairs for the lunch. I think the cake is a good idea, right? Yeah, so you can, it's a cheat day for now, so even though you probably would be concerned with the sugars, but yes, we will have that. So we'll enjoy some music as we enjoy the cake. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. John. Distinguished guests, others, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So as we conclude today's significant event, we now come to a moment of celebration. And with us here, we have a very beautiful cake. It's beautifully baked in white, blue, and turquoise color. And these colors represent Mashariki Research and Policy Center objectives, mission, and vision. The white color here represents our pursuit for knowledge and continuous learning. Embodies capacity building and collaboration. This cake is rectangular, or rather it's square in shape with 4 distinct corners. And these corners represent MRPC strong foundation rooted on knowledge, research, collaboration, and policy. So as we celebrate today, first anniversary, we hereby celebrate our achievement over the past 1 year, while at the same time renewing our commitments towards insightful research, meaningful collaboration, and impactful policy. Thank you all for being part of this journey as we mark our first year anniversary. And at this juncture, I wish to invite our CEO. We can also have Dr. John. Professor Munene is one of our associate professors. You can join us, sir. And one speaker, we can have Jenjin. Let us give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, no more tribulation. I bring you good news where you cannot refuse. Hold on, I told you with Christ that you can never lose. Oh God, oh man, I beg you give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you'll come back with a new song to sing. Your God is good, oh.
One day
you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good, oh. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your participation today. Just again, so 2 quick reminders as the cake is coming to your table. Please help fill the feedback form if you haven't done so already. It's on your folders. Please help us do that. And then passed by the information desk downstairs if you'd like a copy of the journal. We also have the option for an online version, so if you'd also like an online version, just consult with our team downstairs there, right? Yes, and follow us on our social media platforms at Mashariki LPC, both on X, IG, and on LinkedIn, yeah? We appreciate that a lot. So our cake is coming to your side, and as soon as you enjoy a piece of cake, you can just move downstairs to enjoy lunch and to network. So we still have a bit of time, so you can enjoy lunch even for an hour plus and network as well and get to know each other as we celebrate this. So thanks again so much to our online audience. We appreciate your time, and we'll also be concluding now with the lunch. So sorry you'll miss the lunch, but we hope to connect with you at some other point. We appreciate your time. And if you have also any comments that you'd like us to improve on, we are very much open to that. Yeah. I believe cakes are coming to your table. Some pieces of cake. Please enjoy that on behalf of Mashariki. So lunch is downstairs of this room, of this hall. So as soon as you have the cake, you're free to enjoy lunch downstairs.
No more tribulation. I bring you good news where you cannot refuse. Hold on, I told you with Christ that you can never lose. Oh God, oh man, I beg you give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations.
I believe cakes are coming. As soon as you get your cake, we can move downstairs for lunch. And don't be in a rush. Let's enjoy this moment as well.
I alongside the day. Two are we together in a celebration.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to
So let's proceed downstairs for lunch as soon as we have the cake. Sure. And you can leave your feedback forms with us. You can.
The table or where?
You can leave them on the table. We'll collect them. Just leave them on the table. We will collect the feedback form. Thank you.